Camino wins the Wisconsin Grand Prix. James Overbeck on start number 2 gets win number 1 in OKN Stars.
On track or off, Brandon Jarsekrak Racing delivers elite performance. Led by 4-time Pro National Champion Brandon Jarsekrak, our team masters driver coaching, data-driven analysis, and mechanical precision at every national event. Contact us today at BrandonJarsekrakRacing.com.
This broadcast is the sole property of Kart Chaser Group, LLC. Any rebroadcast, reproduction, or other use of the images, audio, or accounts of this event, in whole or in part, without the expressed written consent of Kart Chaser Group, LLC is strictly prohibited. Thanks for watching.
Good afternoon, good evening, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back here to Kart Chaser, where it is time to get this action underway for your Pro-Am Speed'em Fest Sunday Showdown. It's myself, Brad Dalton, in the booth here, joined by Justin Prince, and it's time to roll out the 206 Masters and Super Masters as they get ready to kick things off for our pre-finals. 8 minutes plus 1 lap of action to kick things off. And let's talk about your starting lineup as they go down on to the track here on your go. Your starting lineup as it sits for your pre-final. Alan Elwood will lead. Scott Falcone, Scott Montian in third. Carson Noble fourth. Renee Moeller, Matt Noble, Mike Doty, Larry Pike, Mark Sirk, and Dan Monsian. Your 10 drivers here with Anna Bielmer in 11th place here to go through, who unfortunately it looks like did have some issues in post-race tech, and will be starting tail end Charlie on the field here. Justin, it's time to get this Sunday Showdown underway.
Should be an interesting one again here today to see what happens. Falcone and Elwood were back and forth, remember, for the race lead yesterday. Will that be the case today? Let's find out as they make their way to the tram lines.
Coming up into the tram lines they go, and well, here we go. As the green flag is out, we're underway for pre-finals here today. First one through, and you can already see Falcone Elwood. They're going side by side early on the go, and down the inside here, it is going to be that Steel Motorsports car up into the front of Alan Elwood in order to kick this thing off. Falcone will set behind, and Monsian and Noble with some great moves there, third and fourth. But your Master Super Masters, they are up and away and going.
So far, so solid up for the field as Elwood works his way ahead of Falcone. Get things off here. No indications yet of we have a restart yet here with the light going off there down the back of turn 2 exit. But everybody else working their way through. Montiana Monsto's looking to stabilize out. Noble to find a way. Close the gap down. Off to a decent start in the top 3 in the purple and black. They end off lap 1.
Lap 1 through here, and again, it is going to be the Steel Motorsports driver of Alan Elwood who is going to pick up your front run here. A little bit of shuffling here in the mid-pack, looking back around 5th place here. That is going to be Scott Monsian trying to look there, the Supermaster driver, wanting to work past Matt Noble in 4th place, trying to do so. Not able to here at the moment, but here in that mid-pack, they're really keeping each other honest there with Carson Noble in 3rd, and a warning to Scott Falcone for a tram line violation. Luckily for Scott Falcone, it is just a warning. It is not a penalty.
Yep, we'll see here for the rest of the drivers how things fare out now that the pressure is off the 99 from that start. But I think it's, again, setting up for what may be another one of those types of races with the top 2 at the least trying to break away from everybody else before they get a bit aggressive towards the end of this one already. The Nobles trying to lead off pack number 2, losing touch to the top 2 that are a little bit more grouped together than the others.
And that group together, that's going to make a big bit here for the drivers as they try to work their way along and try to make their way forward. Let's see how it plays out for them in the long run of this race. Going in down the backstretch again, Elwood to Falcone, still nose to tail. That number 5 of Alan Elwood doing a great job of just holding there into the lead, doing great defense on Falcone, you have to say. Looking up, looking down, looking around, and able to just block and defend beautifully here into this race. Isn't allowing any really get away. Carson Noble there with the green helmet, purple suit in 3rd. Also in a great defense position. Look over the shoulder there, coming up over the hill, down towards 12. But that 268, again, looking very, very confident.
I think that's going to be the major thing here is making sure you're good on the line. And a few of these drivers just have that good of a cart in that good of a setup that helps carry them forward here. Again, Doty amongst those that we haven't touched upon here. Mike Doty Racing, of course, something that pops up here. Going to be someone having to find a little bit pace here in the midst of this pack also pretty soon. But as the pack starts to splinter out a little bit, and as Montzian, Scott specifically, builds up the cushion right now in the Supermasters, things are looking stable. Still 4 minutes to go in the race.
4 minutes to go to shake all of this up, but it is going to be a case of the drivers really working their way along and just being smooth. The top two already have themselves in a great position. Race start has cleared. Scott Falcone picking up a warning for jump start and a tramline violation here. So not ideal at all for your race start, as the drivers, as Scott Falcone will have to keep that in mind. Scott Falcone currently the fastest car out on track, but I mean, when you pick up 2 warnings in one go, you're really putting yourself in an interesting position.
Yeah, that's obviously kind of down to how well they've approached the start of the first place. It's why things went the way they were. Multiple different reviews here. You got to make sure in the final you stay buttoned up and make sure you don't pass by or attempt to get too much of a jump on the 5. Obviously, as things go about any other type of event, that might be a little bit more different of a situation here. That in mind here, Noble still doing good on the fence here to prevent any major runs coming from behind yet. No one's been able to really find a way around in this fight. For the race leader still stays single file up in front in comparison.
Coming through 14, 15, 16 now, 3rd, 4th, and 5th. A little bit wide there from Carson Noble going through 13, 14, but again, still able to capitalize that along and settle in your top 2, keeping each other honest here with 2 minutes plus 1 lap to go, I should say. It's plus 2 laps for the final. It's 1 lap here for the pre-final, but your top 2 holding along. They've pulled a 5-second gap to the Nobles and Moncian back behind. They are really looking to go for the run here on the day and go through Alan Elwood and Scott Falcone. I mean, that pace is otherworldly from them as they go through. They're pulling almost a second a lap of pace difference to the Nobles and Moncian. And big shout out to Scott Moncian there, the Supermaster, challenging in against Carson and Matt Noble to try to make a run for an overall podium. Down the hill we go. A bit of a peak there from Scott Falcone, I thought, but not enough to really do anything. It looks like just sort of a half look to see if Alan Elwood would react, but Alan Elwood, a very smart driver, does not do so and just settles it in here.
Knows that the best option right now is to help set himself up for the future opportunities. That was close on the timer by a couple seconds. That could get interesting when we get to the stripe. Right now, though, it's looking like maybe 2 to go. It should be at least. We'll have to see for certain, as Elwood has not even had to play defense here. Falcone's just been riding along for the ride and been willing to just bide his time and keep up with one of your top drivers on this track.
Last lap, something happened to Carson Noble. Carson Noble now dropping outside of the top 5 all the way down to P6. Had some sort of an off and had a minute 20-second lap going through last time through. So it is going to hurt a big time there for Carson Noble. Now just trying to hold on to 6th place. It'll be a recovery drive for the final here later today. These drivers will go on track at 2:45 p.m. for their final. Again, as a reminder, our Sunday finals are ready racing, as is every final here at MCC. Coming up, 5 seconds on the clock coming through 15 and 16. Is this going to give us a bonus lap or not? Coming to the line, watch to see if it shifts to the white flag. It does. 1 lap to go.
Final time around, and now it becomes the question, where does Falcone go? We've seen 12 was a popular place yesterday for this type of fight. Let's find out if the fight goes that way here today. Right now, still nothing doing yet Falcone taking a look over his shoulder to make sure nothing's going on behind. Has a comfortable position coming up to that final sector.
And Falcone here able to get that pass through. Now has to defend it for the final half a lap down the hill to 11. Now let's go up the hill to go back down towards turn number 12. Little look through. Falcone playing the middle line here. Elwood not going for the pass into 12, but we have seen drivers cut inside into 13 and go for a big sin. Elwood does not do that here. Falcone, beautiful defense, and now it's the run to the line. Look over the shoulder from Falcone heading through 15 and 16. It's a run to the line. Does Elwood pull out of line? Elwood does. It's a drag race to the line, and coming across the line, a little hop in the seat for Elwood. Scott Falcone gets the win by 0.08 of a second over Alan Elwood here. Coming through third, fourth, and fifth now. Matt Noble will lead through with Scott Monsian actually, and Renee Moeller going along. Matt Noble dropping all the way to fifth. It's the Supermaster winner of Scott Monsian up on third place overall.
Good battle at the very end. You knew it was coming with the opportunity in the final sector for Falcone. And it happened similar to yesterday. Set up the opportunity, take it away from Elwood, rip it away on the final lap, lead the five, let the five get the lead laps. But really speaking, the 99 was there to pounce once it was time to go.
And that is your first pre-final of the day through. Sets the stage for some very, very good racing to come here in just a moment. It is the 206 juniors next to roll out, a category that has been very competitive, and you see them here staging up. In just a moment, they'll be rolling out.
Should be some fun once they get rolling on the racetrack here. We already talked about some of the eventfulness, if you will, you've seen from those drivers over the course of the weekend so far. Will that continue? The trend's usually saying yes. Let's find out how things go here today.
Yesterday was such a variety of strong drivers in 206 Junior, where it was really a case of you didn't know who to look at all the way through. Langley assisted in warm-ups yesterday, and then, of course, Matson Vigas took the qualifying pole position. William Richard pulled the pre-final out, and Jacob Scheibele was able to pull out the final. How will it play out today? So far, Gavin Dyer, fastest in warm-ups and fastest in qualifying today. I have to wonder, though, it was a 4 millisecond difference between Dyer and Scheibele. Will that continue to stay true? Elijah Matson-Vigas, I don't think, had a representative run in qualifying against some of those drivers, only getting 3 laps in when traditionally they would get 4 or 5 ran through. So Elijah Matson-Vigas, one of the drivers who did not get that 4th lap in, but then again, neither did Gavin Dyer and Jacob Scheibele, and that's your front row in junior. So who's to say? They roll out here in just a couple of minutes.
Yeah, it's going to be a bit of a gamble for a couple of the drivers, I think, on how aggressive they're willing to get here today. But realistically speaking, a lot of this track still trying to build up the rubber, remember, compared to what we were expecting coming into the weekend. Still going to be a bit of a tricky one. I think for a lot of these drivers to say, okay, this is what I want from my kart. Here's the game plan. Let's find out if they've got themselves in a good baseline as they get rolling here.
Kart's firing up. That is traditionally going to be your 60-second signal for karts to roll out, and it is a Steel Motorsports kart. Gavin Dyer that will be on the front. Once they get rolling, we'll go through your full starting lineup. As we said, it was 4 milliseconds between Gavin Dyer and Jacob Scheibele. Your front 2 here on the run, and when that pace is so close, makes all the difference here. As you can see, all of the family members, friends, team members, everyone here on the starting grid standing by with their drivers, waiting on that green light to get us rolling here down the order. There's your green light. Let's get rolling here for our 206 Junior. And let's hit that starting lineup here and take a talk about it here. Gavin Dyer, Jacob Scheibele in the front. As we said, William Richard in third, Ryder Thompson in fourth. It's Langley, it's Kieran Mays, fifth and sixth. Kason Bathen, Edward Clocker, Elijah Matson-Biggis, Jensen Wolf, and Gunnar Bagoon, your 11 karts that will be taking on 8 minutes plus 1 lap in 206 Junior.
Get an interesting field in general. Remember, Dyer was very quick yesterday. I think Dyer going to be able to compete up at the front throughout the course of today. Now won't have to make up the track position, I think, most importantly, in the case of Dyer. So it's going to be definitely an interesting one, I think, in general, as we get things rolling here on who's going to get the full-on advantage by the end of this race and who's going to really take the checker flags for the course of the rest of the afternoon.
Already together into 12, 13, 14 and formed up into that side formation. I like seeing the pack develop up so early here in junior, and you can tell in these younger categories they slow each other way down. We had one false start yesterday that, if I'm not forgetting, I believe it was Micro Minis was our only false start of the day yesterday. So nobody wants to be the first start of the day here this early. It took us all the way till the finals to have those Micro Minis get a false start, and the 206 juniors have said that will not be us today. Very slow into the tram lines here, looking for the blue cone to get this going. And you see the look over there from Scheibele towards Gavin Dyer to see when do we floor it. The answer is now we're green. We're racing in 206 Junior for the pre-finals.
Lane rumble to the opening sector this time through. Never mind. Crash in turn 2. At least 3-4 karts to the back of the field trying to get gathered back up. A little bit of chaos already, as once again, time to hit that race review for the start button. Oh, wow. The field's been split up in 2, if not 3.
And that big moment there up into the front. Jacob Scheibele not able to hold second place, drops down behind Ryder Thompson into third. Gavin Dyer did keep that front position, though, so that 4 millisecond of pace difference in qualifying unfortunately did not prove to the race start. But let's shuffle things up again up in the front. Dyer's going to be sitting down the order 1 place, 2 place, possibly 3, 4 places, as the 6 juniors not playing friendly with each other at all. Oh, no, there's a big spin there going through. That is going to be your number 8 of Langley throwing the hands up. Definitely not happy about the contact there going through, getting sent through 13.
Bit of a wild start here, a bit more wilder than what we normally would expect here. Richard, of course, taking the opportunity up at the front, but Dyer losing plenty of track position with the bits of chaos there, if you will. Going to need a reset and hope for a bit of reprieve to be able to get back in a rhythm with how chaotic that start was.
And here we go. Let's start sending things crazy. 405 of Gavin Dyer, avoidable contact. We saw that one live as it happened, but that is going to pick up the first penalty through, and that was your pole sitter. Gavin Dyer now running in 4th place here, trying to reset things through. William Richard holding the front here, who was 3rd place. Jacob Scheibele here, who has some strong pace. Let's see what Gavin Dyer here took a peek to the inside. Nobody fell for it, so Gavin Dyer doesn't worry about it. Gets back in line and will hold 4th place. 206 Junior, the gloves are off, and this is where things start to get crazy. Top 4 are going to battle as they do. That will bring Mays, Clocker, and Wolf back into the mix. So all of a sudden, we may end up with 7 karts fighting for the lead here, Justin. But going down into turn 1, look at that move from Gavin Dyer on to Thompson. Great move there into 3rd.
Good move and good passes going on still. And really, we were expecting this with this pack again, to see some battles like this for second. No one's getting Scheibele once so shuffled. All this is to say, was about to say in that mark, that you have to find a way to get these moves done pretty quickly here, Brad.
That you do. If you can get these moves done quickly and then manage to really build things up, you will be able to capitalize and very quickly build a bit of a gap. This race is showing that nobody is going to play nice with anyone here. There is no breathing room being given at all for anyone. If you are not on your P's and Q's, you're going to have a very, very no good bad day. And right now it does seem like these drivers are aware of that, and at least in this top four they know that they've got to do something quickly to get stuff moving, and they're doing just, I mean, it's one of those, they're going to do what they need to do, but at the same time, you're almost not going to be able to pull gaps away here. Jacob Scheibele again back up into second. Gavin Dyer there to the point. Third place down is going to be William Richard. Thompson still holding fourth place. Everything shuffling up. Fifth, sixth, and seventh have not been able to close the gap, even with the top four battling. Fifth, sixth, seventh, they have a touch now, 3.8 seconds.
Keep an eye on Dyer in particular in this pack, though. Well, you may have mentioned already, but there is avoidable contact review. No, hold on. They just gave one to Mays instead. Fifth place, 13 Kart. Just got himself into responsibility. So the 13 is going to see a penalty heading their direction. That's the head of the second pack right now. That's going to potentially be impacted on this leaderboard. Mays not having the luck right now, to say the very least, here today in the juniors. Trying to still help out some of the others, but is in the penalty box.
And this is going to be unfortunate to say for that number 13. Lap 1, turn 2, incident responsibility. Kieran Mason, fifth. That hurts. That hurts a lot to pick that up here. 3 minutes left to go in this run, and right now Gavin Dyer, Jacob Scheibele, William Richard, all with Ryder Thompson trying to run through. Taking a look at 5th, 6th, and 7th here. This is led by the 13 of Kieran Mays, as Clocker and Jensen Wolf are looking to try to make some moves here. Top 4 heading down into 12, and a lot of looks over the shoulder from Gavin Dyer. Not just one look, I counted 3, maybe 4 down the hill towards turn 12, trying to be aware of the moments and trying to just get an idea of where Jacob Scheibele is at. Of course, your P1, P2 drivers, Dyer and Jacob Scheibele, holding on up into the front right now. They managed to work their way back P1, P2. They can't get away from 3rd and 4th of Richard and Thompson, though.
Yeah, they haven't been able to run away from them at all because of how things have settled out this time through no major sense on Dyer. We've seen a couple of opportunities up through 4 here today with drivers getting more and more bold, but so far Dyer's been able to hold back the pressure here. He's been needing to keep himself composed. Remember, was in the second pack to the pre-final. Final was quicker than the race leaders, chipped away the gap, got there, got the W. Has raced in various different series as of late, but one of his first appearances here at this facility for the dominant scoring. He's been doing well in his appearance, to say the very least, here in the juniors. And it's trying to sure he picks up some good momentum the rest of his weekend here. Right now, one of the contenders for the weekend championship or in some of the action.
And this is where you need to buckle up and get ready for the last 60 seconds. Here we go. Dyer, Scheibele, Richard Thompson. They are not done. And look at back here. Outside of that, Mays, Clocker, Wolf, Matson, Vigas, Langley, and Bathen, they've all gotten together. Big ramp of the curb there from the 22 of Wolf, as trying to work around the inside of Mays. Not able to do so, but Jensen Wolf showing some strong pace right there and some strong commitment to be willing to hit the curb that hard into turn 1 as your leaders work their way through 6-7.
Really trying to find a way to work their way to the marks, as this is going to get interesting how many laps we get again. It's been all the runs so far, feels like, only a couple in. To get an extra lap or not, 20 seconds on the board, I think it looks like we might get that extra one, but that will impact how this will work for Dyer on his approach to defend, knowing with 10 seconds up on the board, give or take, he's got to find a way to hold back Scheibele, who's waiting to time it up here. See that board up to the right, up around the deck. Shows last lap of timing, but let's see if they actually did get it or if they're going to go one more. That was actually right on the money.
That it was last lap here now, and this is where the gloves are coming off. This is where no friends really comes into play here. It's every driver for themselves to go for the win. Scheibele here, I think, will go for it into 6 and 7. Actually doesn't, and Dyer holding the line right now. Richard Thompson, they're both still in the mix. Anyone in this top 4 can really break things through, and I would be surprised a bit if they do as we come down into the go. That lap 1 chaos has settled itself into a final lap. Look, that's a big wiggle there for defense as Scheibele was looking. Did a couple fakes. Dyer fell for it. Now Scheibele down the inside into 13 through 14. They hold side by side, coming through out of 14. Scheibele bouncing in the seat. Now let's take a look. 5th place back. They go 2 by 2. A bit of contact there in the middle there involving Wolf is big off there in the front. The hand throws up. The cone goes flying, and I'm sure that is going to be looked at. Scheibele on track will win. Richard Thompson, Gavin Dyer in 4th after being knocked into a cone that I think we almost hit again back in the back. Not the cone.
And it should be. Oh my goodness, it's like eye raise, as you could say. But here's the big thing here. Dyer, right before that mark, had the penalty come on through with a 5-second avoidable contact penalty. Now ends up finishing 4th. That finish does shuffle him out a little bit. We're still be in 4th position. But how's this going to go for the race win with all that wildness at the end?
Well, I'll tell you right now, that is not going to go without its moments. Yeah, that's going to be a big shuffle here in a few hours because when they go back out on track about 3 p.m., I'll tell you right now that I don't know that race finish is going to stand the way it is here tentatively. So again, as a reminder, we call things as they happen unofficially. It's Scheibele, Richard, Thompson, Dyer, but I have a feeling that is going to shuffle quite a bit.
Absolutely, I think with that being said, opportunity to reset here. Take a step aside, more coverage coming up. You're watching the MCC ProAM Karting Championship here from Batavia, Ohio.
Cat food marketing. $9.99 a month.
Dude, Caleb, wake up. Dude, we're live in 5 minutes. Let's go. Come on. What are you doing?
Dude, I'm so sorry. Xander had me in a cat food marketing meeting till like 2 a.m. last night.
Come on, man.
Do you have anything I can drink?
Dude, I got the perfect thing for you. Perico. It's a healthy energy drink alternative.
Perico, non-GMO, gluten-free, kosher, magnesium, B12, B6,
Yeah, it's good.
B5, biotin, and 0 sugar? Pericazo! Try Perico, made with natural ingredients, organic caffeine, and supports your metabolism. Try the new official energy drink of Kart Chaser.
Kyle, what are you doing?
It's got my new Greyhound seat.
You don't even have a cart.
Doesn't matter. I have a Greyhound.
Who the f is Kyle Cuthbertson? Doesn't even have a go-kart.
Doesn't matter.
Cuthbertson through on Turney. Turney in the dirt.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. After a quick moment to save the beloved cone on the front stretch and reset after 206 Junior absolutely deciding to burn the barn down, I would say here. I said Sunday showdown for the Speed'em Fest, and, well, they took it seriously. Let's roll 206 Senior out here and get them going. You want to talk about 206 Junior showing up and showing out? Well, 206 Senior, I'm sure it's going to be the same thing here as they get going, and it's going to be your starting lineup of Carson Benjamin with Braden Heber, your top two, Tegan Schneider in third, Sam Tutwiler will be in fourth with Adler Klein, Mark Steele in sixth, and Ryan Rea. Addison Ianello, she'll start P8, Max Francelli in ninth, William Specht, Chris Erle, and Luis Gugino, unfortunately picking up a penalty and starting at the rear of this through today, will be in 12th place through. So, buckle it up. Get ready for your pre-final 8 minutes plus a lap. Justin, any predictions that you have for this one?
Prediction-wise, that's hard to say because normally it's been a little bit up and down in terms of those so far. But don't be surprised to see someone like Mark Steele try and drive the way up to the front of the field. Remember, had to do the back to the front challenge yesterday in this class with qualifying, not taking part in it. This time a little bit more easier for them once the top six ready to roll.
And as we come through out, Braden Heber there starting to the outside. That outside line has not gotten the start that they want at all this weekend. Every outside line has unfortunately dropped down, usually third place, sometimes fourth place. Let's see, Heber looking to the right. We're green, we're racing. Carson Benjamin leading things off up in the front, doing so. And again, that outside line, at least through one, not able to capitalize. Heber there through two, now through three, is going to squeeze back into third. We hold side by side, though, fourth place back along there. That's back with Sam Tutwiler and Adler Klein holding through. But up front, it is going to be through Tegan Schneider and Carson Benjamin, second and first, respectively.
Good start for the beginning with Snyder. Remember, one of the top qualifiers. A bit of a moment there. Off track involving Rhea there off the circuit, but able to keep it back straight as everyone else rumbles their way on through. Braden Heber, again, your points leader coming into this one. Looking to try and find a way to get some of the first laps of the weekend. Being one of the better drivers here so far this season. That 8 machine hasn't been able to bring that blue and yellowish, neon-ish, greenish, whatever colorish machine on by the others. Just isn't getting the run yet needed to make the passes necessary to get laps led as Heber stays in third. All this as well. Field stays within 3 seconds of each other.
And as these front carts work their way through, look at Heber there looking over the shoulder in the fourth position, trying to gauge out where fifth place back is as they go along. And I hate to be the bearer of bad news for Braden Heber, but they are all right there and going to be in the mix, continuing to put some pressure. It's a Steel Motorsports 1, 2, 3, by the way, with Benjamin Schneider and Tutwiler. So you've got 3 teammates working together in the front 3, and I'll tell you right now, those stealth chassis, they're not going to really play nice with each other, but I don't think that at the same time they're going to, they're not going to let each other sit, I should say, but at the same time they are going to challenge and be nice and recognize that they are teammates. So watch that top 3 try to form a breakaway here, depending on what happens. We've got one cart waving through off into the pits, and unfortunately, I believe that is Mark Steele. Oh, no, not the Steel Motorsports lead driver of Mark Steele, off already through, only completing 1 lap of this race.
Well, that's very unfortunate, and that kind of lives to why usually the predictions end up being up and down when it comes to that side of the card. But that in mind, fellow drivers still working together up at the front in that respective camp. Nothing doing amongst any side-by-sides, trying to break away, and they're doing a good job doing that with them turning lap times upwards of 3/10 quicker than Heber last time by. Braden Heber trying to break up a little bit of the toe from behind, still nothing doing. And I think those top 3 are well in sync. They've got the long run speed they need here for this race.
Top three playing the teammate card. I was thinking they'd fight a little bit, but they've definitely, I think, decided the alternative, which is to play the teammate card along alternative. I don't know that that's a word, but I just made it one here at MCC. So we're going to stick with it as we go down into turn 2, top 3 holding nose to tail. At some point, though, I expect that number 9 of Sam Tutt to say, you know what? I had a good day yesterday. I want to look for a good day today and try to go for some moves up to the front. Sam Tutt, of course, winning the pre-final and the finals yesterday, and I would imagine is going to start to try to challenge through again up towards the front, but probably knows that if you go for it now, you're doing nothing but inviting Heber, Klein, Iannello, and Francelli to close that gap in as well.
I think that's definitely a possibility with the way things can go here, and obviously they know that circumstance. They know it's better to be just amongst themselves as team members up the front to make it just their race. So you'll find, and especially here in these types of races like today, it's more important to think about the big picture to set up opportunities than it is about setting up the brawl where it's a little bit more aggressive at the national level. You can argue. That's an Iannello, by the way. She's been doing well with this one, up a couple spots. Seen that pack working right now with Klein trying to get around the 33.
And looking here at the 33 of Klein, trying to defend, trying to attack at the same time. It is such a hard position to find yourself in because it's, what do? Do you look ahead? Do you look behind? Right now, the answer appears to be do both and figure out which one is more important corner by corner, as Adler Klein doing a great job there of settling in the middle of the sandwich there with Iannello and Francelli. Heber kind of in a no man's land right now. A little bit of a gap ahead, a little bit of a gap behind, which is probably what Braden Heber really wants here at the moment. If you can do so, is keep that little bit of a gap behind and then try to close that gap ahead. Is doing a good job here so far. Taking a look up in the front, the battling has started. The Steel Motorsports teammates, here we go. Let's shuffle these positions. Sam Tutt to the lead.
Tutwiler now getting the opportunity to go to the point for the first time in this one. Remember, one of the drivers very fast yesterday. Tutwiler yesterday, after all, picked up the max outside the pole of 300 points on the day. And so, looking to do it again in the 9. That allowed Heber to close up a little bit. Might be a second wind opportunity for that 8 car. Now there was that change. You can see how much Heber picked up a lot on Snyder.
And watch Heber here, because Schneider is going to come under into turn 12. Heber is very willing to go for the send into 12. I've seen it time and time again where Heber will set it up into 12 and go for it, hold it through 13, and be able to capitalize. Here's the problem, though. Watch out for 5, 6, 7, Iannello, Klein, and Francelli. If these top 4 really take the gloves off, you're inviting in 5th, 6th, and 7th. We're under 90 seconds to go, and bad news. If you are a Sam Tutwiler fan, it is a 3-second penalty for pushing at the race. Unfortunately for Sam Tutwiler, that would put Sam Tutwiler all the way back in 7th place behind Max Francelli if they finish with the gaps where they are now, and that would hurt so bad for the driver who had such a good time. Add the 809 to the mix, though. Tegan Schneider now 3-second penalty.
Can't be pushing each other out the start. Can't be pushing each other along like a bump draft. And now Carson Benjamin is in the prime position here as a result. He is pushing away with the 9 and building a buffer over provisionally second Braden Heber here. All this is coming up to less than 30 seconds to go, and now it's wide open for how this could go for the final with the starting order, with 2 of the fastest karts getting penalties here.
And here's the thing, when you are the fastest kart and you get dropped into the hornet's nest behind everyone, it shuffles things greatly. Tutwiler, Benjamin side by side, the 98. Carson Benjamin gets that stealth chassis up around to the inside. Inside turns to outside, back to inside though, as we go side by side here with Sam Tutwiler heading down towards turn 4. They're looking over the shoulder. Here comes Schneider, here comes Heber. And now all of a sudden the teammates have taken the gloves off. It's this lap plus one more. Carson Benjamin, the fastest kart on track of the weekend, now is going to drop all the way down into 4th place though. Heber sneaks up the inside through 6-7.
So Heber is now taking an opportunity as we expected. Needs to go. Coming up now to the white flank this time by. Can Heber make another move? Gets the bumper to the karts in front. Still up in front is Tutwiler for now, but with the penalty, not going to be a factor for the overall side, but can play a factor. The racing goes. How is this going to go for the 8? Has the double toe up in front, coming to the white flag this time.
White flag, 1 lap to go. Look at the defense all the way to the inside here for Sam Tutt, looking to block off Carson Benjamin here. Heber in 3rd, bit of a wiggle there. And look at everyone else into the mix here. All the top 7 now into the run here. Reminder, Schneider and Tutt, 3-second penalties. They drop behind all of this regardless of what they do, unfortunately. So their goal is to stay to the front and try to minimize the damage here. Heber looking to defend Tutwiler, defending Benjamin. Top 7 nose to tail here, Justin.
Those tails that work their way towards the end of sector number 2 up to turn 11. Somebody needs to go if they want to take that checker flag here. That's Benjamin trying to get it on the racetrack proper. Heber forced along the outside. I know, she's now in the conversation. Now Heber drops down to the back end of the top 5. Sent 3 wide, coming to the checkered.
And here we go, a little bit of side-by-side all the way through. Francelli trying to make some moves up into the order, but coming to the line. Let's see how it plays side-by-side in the back, looking at each other, but up front, Sam Tutwiler over Carson Benjamin. Addison Ianello all the way up into 3rd. Where did she come from? Braden Heber able to come back from 12, 13, 14 fiascos and get into 4th place. Schneider into 5th. Francelli 6th. Adler Klein 7th. And then you have Rhea P8, Specht, Luis Gagino, and unfortunately Mark Steele out after 1 lap with some mechanical issue pulling in there at the end of lap 1. As a reminder though, Schneider and Tutwiler, that 3-second penalty. So on track, Tutwiler picks up the win, but really it will be scored. Carson Benjamin and Addison Ianello, your front row, with Tutwiler and Schneider. They will drop back to P6 and P7 here, shuffle everyone up. And that is going to change things greatly. I can't wait to see how this plays final for 206 Senior.
Derek and I, this should be a fun battle again here today. Steele again has the chance to be the back-to-front candidate. Almost happened in yesterday's pre-final. What happened in the final today? But these cadets already getting set up and geared up for the respective runs. You can see them still trying to sort each other on the starting grid, actually. They're in the proper grid slots before they go into the zipper merge and get to racing here. And remember, it was pretty tight in qualifying, wasn't it?
That it was. The good news for them, they have about 2 minutes and they roll out here. Their qualifying in cadet was 0.002. Again, 2 milliseconds on the clock separating Austin Taylor to Chase Thixton. Camila Kanash was very quick early, but unfortunately that back-end pace of that 126 fell through, and that 126 has dropped down the order a bit as well for a post-qualifying penalty, unfortunately, for both Regan Hodges and Camila Kanash. They were disqualified in post-race tech. So you see the 126, who should be lining up 3rd, unfortunately, lining up P13. That is heartbreaking.
I think that is more frustrating than anything else. Now you felt like you had a top kart, but you end up not having set up have to pass on through the tech lane. You have to make sure up to scales and weight after all, and make sure all to regs. Austin Taylor's in a good position to try and control things up at the front of the field as a result when we get rolling. because while it's still tight with Thixton, a lot of the others looking to find a way to step forward and find some pace, have an opportunity to keep up with those top two, especially for the race leader who had the jets turned on at the end of the pre-final and final.
Let's see who can turn the jets back on, who is going to be on the pace, who is saved everything for the Sunday here, because this is where things get exciting. Green light on at the end of the pit lane, and let's send them out. Let's zipper merge. Let's send it through, and let's walk you through your 206 Cadet starting lineup. Austin Taylor up in the front with Chase Thixton. Again, 2 milliseconds separated them in qualifying. Sam Hornish in third, Harrison Bell in fourth, Huntsberger in fifth. Azreed Muhammad had a good day yesterday and is still improving in pace. Going to be in sixth. Drew Schneider, your defending champion, in P7. Blake Martinez in eighth. Robbie No, Kai Shipper, Chase Call, Regan Hodges, and Camila Kanash, your 13 cadets to take on this race. I am going to go ahead and make a little bit of a prediction right now and say Camila Kanash will be a kart to watch charging through the field here.
Agree with you on that one. I think there's a good opportunity for a charge up. I'm also keeping an eye on, say, a Harrison Bell or a Wyatt Harnsbarger. See if they step it up compared to what the qualifying pace was today. Two names we've seen do well this weekend, but can they go from well to very well as we get all set to go here in 206 Cadet?
Coming out of 13 and 14. Again, these karts lined up side by side, already through, and you see here everyone in this young category, they are aware of slow it down, woe it up, and make sure that you are slow enough coming to the tram lines. Again, our only restart or false start of the day came in the final of Mini Micro, which was 2 finals to the end. It's always great to see how these younger drivers restrain themselves well as they go through, because again, we always say it, they are prepared to party when they hit the tram lines. Coming up into the blue cone, and we are looking for the green flag. We are racing at 206 Cadet already. Kanash looking for a move in the back to pull along. Up front, though, it is Taylor and Thixton who are going to try to make some moves early, with Austin Taylor holding that outside line well. Everyone shuffling through. Watch out for Kanash to make that charge through the field as quickly as possible. As everyone else up front, they're going to try to find some breathing room early. And where did Schneider come from? I feel like Drew Schneider had a great start there, already up into the top 5.
Definitely did, and remember, was one of those who didn't get a great finish yesterday. That one machine be hunting down spots after what was a roller coaster, to say the least, because that race yesterday unofficially gave Harrison Bell the points lead coming into today. So Snyder needs a big race, needs an opportunity to get something up on the board, especially compared to Bell. Right now, the distance about 35-ish points, 25 should say, between Bell and Snyder coming into this race on the point standings. Keep an eye on the green machine. Lots of pressure, starting to lose touch of the karts in front, though. Battle for second. Hornish and Thixton swapping around.
Hornish, Thixton swap their way through. Great move there from Hornish to pull out of line, heading towards 1, get that inside line, and be able to then defend it through 2 and 3, as that 139 of Thixton is now up into second instead, and is going to be looking to make things through. Hornish tried everything possible, but Thixton with just great moves there, back into 3 towards 4, and out of 6-7 will be up into second place. The TKG driver there of Sam Horn sitting in third will look to charge through. A home track should be quick here, but it is just such a competitive cadet field. Look at there, back in the background, I see some dirt being kicked up from multiple karts as they work way along, as we continue to see drivers move through. Big dive to the inside here along. That's a good way to make a move through for the 444 of Bell, able to move up into the top 5. As I said, watch Camila Kanash already up into the top 5. Top 4 here as we're shuffling along all over the place. Let's make that a top 3 actually, excuse me, for Camila Kanash, already up, looking to charge to the front.
looking to continue what's been a drive and then some for Camila. Absolutely on the pace. We talked about some of the performances when it comes to Camila coming into this weekend. Yesterday, Kanash, a driver that has been able to, in a couple races, be a front-end contender. Races over Trackhouse normally, has appeared there in a lot of different events, as well as appeared in the CKNA Spring Nats, was a top 5 driver there also. So looking to get some pace now to close on up to the rest of the podium positions here as they all zip their way through the final sector.
Final sector here, 4 minutes, 45 seconds left to go. Schneider, unfortunately, again, that number 1 kart dropping back out of the top 10 and now trying to fight back through a little bit here. The all-green number 1 machine trying to just, I think, salvage the day, really, is what Schneider's trying to do. Pulls through, taking a look here, up into P8 now, as these 206 cadets, they are just back and forth shuffling the order. You've got all of these karts kind of in pockets of 2 to 3. If you don't at P1 and 2, of course, Taylor and Thixton, they have about a second between each other and then a second back to P3. But you have some pockets here that are just doing kind of swapperoos within themselves, and that is really kind of shaking up this racing as it goes through. Halfway up on time, halfway down on time, plus a lap after, as we're 4 minutes a lap to go.
It's not looking great for Schneider on the pace right now. The speed is picking up a bit. As fast as laps are a second quicker by these karts, like you see right here, running in the 107s as quick as the 107.4s, like Taylor's doing to break away yet again when it comes to 206 cadets this weekend. Hansbarger amongst those kept an eye to say, would there be a step up here? Would they be able to try and battle? Yes, there is. There's a signal to go. Looks like there's a frustration there. Hornish couldn't tell if there was a signal to go or a signal of what are we doing. There's the pass around, and Hornish pushed outside the top 5.
One of the things I love about the cadets, and this is something, you know, I talk about how when they get the green, they go and they race, but they also don't have any sort of filter sometimes to their reactions. And of course, our youngest drivers here on the weekend, they love to make sure that if you did something they don't like, you see the fist pump most of the time and the what are we doing signal. And I took that as a what are we doing signal personally. That is just where I saw that going through. I could be wrong. We could find out later that that wasn't that, and that was a, hey, let's go, get in front of me, get past me, whatever you want to call it. I took that as a what are we doing. Maybe I'm crazy on that one, though, Justin.
Really speaking, they didn't lose too much time with the move, if anything. It's more so trying to find a way next to get around Bell, I think, is the conversation point for at least Hansbarger. Seems to be that way. You can see how much the close-up is there for Hansbarger, not wanting to wait too much. Here we took it through 2. Bell, for reference, is running 107.8 at the moment. The leader, 107.1 is a big difference. The speed's equalized out. Same 2-3 tenths for Bell, while Taylor has just sped up every single lap while not having the fastest laps, still flying to keep the margin high. Nobody else here with under 2 minutes to go.
Again, sometimes it's not about being the fastest. Sometimes it's all about that consistency being key. And I think that's what we're seeing here. You see, this is a signal, though, that I see coming through of a, hey, get past me. This is further back in the pack, shuffling along, and then still not securing it through. That's Hansbarger in the go in the middle there with Bell, with Hornish, and you see the very clear hand signal from Bell of we're going forward. We are going forward towards Kanash, Thixton, and Taylor from Bell. I don't take that as a signal at all. I take that as a signal of we need to go. We're running out of time. Unfortunately, the bad news for them, last time across the line, they were 1.2 seconds slower than your top 3. So they are still losing pace as much as they want to charge forward. I think, unfortunately, here, this late run pace is just so strong from our top 3.
It absolutely has been here. I think especially for Taylor yet again on the step up, it's been very similar pace to that what we've seen over the course of past couple weekends. National scene, USPKS finished top half of the field, remember, last week. Based over at Newcastle, a fair bit for the club scene. It appeared that they're in a few different dates, including winning there back in May and in June. Trying to add on to his numbers here in July, to say the least, at a different facility, as we're running out of time at the clock. Final couple seconds on it. We'll go 2 more times.
2 more times around this circuit. That is going to be very, very important to note, because if it was 1 more time, I feel like we'd see some gloves off and see things through. I feel like with the 2 more, I think the timer kind of faking everyone out, and now I think we're going to see some gloves off fighting, but I think it will swap itself back around a little bit. And let's start that into turn 4 here as we see the battles really start to heat up. The Magic Kart here with the 2 Burrell Arts really shuffling things up here around that Huntsbarger Bell Hornish battle that is just not done. Drew Schneider, by the way, there a couple seconds back. The more these 3 battle, the more that invites Schneider and Ahmed to close in here. Up into the go, second and third, Thixton and Kanash, they're holding very close. Let's send back into Huntsbarger, Bell, and Hornish as they go through 12. No, fake to the inside for Bell.
Nothing doing there in that circumstance, I think, still. Huntsbarger now, though. Alonso is trying to pull the distance in front in the 4th position. Final time around, meanwhile, you have Kanash and Thixton getting heated in their battle here. Can Kanash trying to play through? Camila trying to find a way to pull on through to 2nd on the recovery drive to get back to nearly right where they qualified earlier, if not better.
I want to know what was said to Camila Ganache before this race, because that kart has been on fire since the drop of the green flag. I have not seen a cadet kart really have this much pace and be able to carve through the field this aggressively, this quickly in a while. What was said to Camila Ganache to lock that kart into the go here? Heading down last lap, Austin Taylor has lost some pace at the end of this run. Thixton Kanash through. Look at this, though, back. Huntsbarger, Bell, Hornish, as it's big defense from the 444 to the inside. Their Bell is past Huntsbarger, trying to defend that one through as Hornish now wants to work through. Up front, it is going to be Austin Taylor coming across the line to pick up the victory, the fist pump in celebration. Second place coming across the line will be Chase Thixton, able to defend from Camila Kanash, but now Huntsbarger, Bell, Hornish, drag race from them to the line, and somehow the Magic Kart Alliance Huntsbarger brings it across through. Drew Schneider able to lock in P7 with no Mohamed Martinez, Regan Hodges, Chase Cal, and Kai Schipper, who unfortunately was out halfway through this race. Finish out your run here in 2:06 cadets. We're going to take a short break. When we come back, we're going to shuffle and shift gears into our next final, or pre-final. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Hey, what's up, Caleb?
What's up, Brandon?
You sound defeated. A long day at the office?
Yeah, got stuck at a cat food marketing meeting for like 3 hours. I don't know a thing about cat food, and I don't even work in marketing. And then I got sent on a coffee run like I was some sort of intern. Then at the end of the day, when I went to go get gas, I just realized everything is so darn expensive nowadays, man.
Yeah, you got that right.
Like, do you have any idea how much we're spending on Netflix?
That's like $20 a month.
Do you know how much we're spending on cable?
That's like $50 a month.
But you know what isn't expensive?
Tell me.
Kart Chaser Premium. For only $9.99 a month, you can watch all the American karting action live from coast to coast. Subscribe and become a member today.
Are you stuck with your kart racing? Not sure the ideal kart setup? Or going to a track for the first time? Well, KartClass has the answers for you. Our online portal has a wealth of experience and knowledge to help your kart racing. From kart setup advice to track guides that are targeted specifically to your circuit, or the driver coaching aspects with mindset, racecraft and driving techniques. If you want to take your karting to the next level, visit us at kartclass.com.
Macron Motorsports builds champions every day, drivers who won on the world stage. The Tillotson T4 Series is pure spec racing. Same engine, same chassis. When you win, it's because you were the best that day. Your edge is not the kart. It's the setup, the strategy, and the race team. With our Arrive and Drive program, you simply bring your gear, we provide the equipment and the championship-winning support to every event. Stop wrenching, start racing. Your path to the T4 Nations Cup in Spain starts with us. For more information, contact us at macronmotorsports.net.
Getting back rolling here as we get all set to go. Brad Dalton just about set back up here. I'm Justin Prince. We're getting set to go for more racing action as we continue on with the cards. As we get ready to shift some gears, I think you would say, Brad. After all, these drivers should have some fun.
That they should. Shifter category, your junior and senior shifters here. The Pegram's back, and then Mateus Pappas is back as well. Robert Lash, Drake Williamson, your two junior shifters. We talked about how hard it is to be a junior shifter, honestly, whenever they go through. This is not a category where it's as easy to be all the way up in speed. Sometimes it does take a bit of time and a bit of effort and a bit of experience to really nail things here in the go. In qualifying, it was Riley Pegram over Mateo Pappas. We saw yesterday in the pre-final that was true, but in the final, Mateo was able to get past Riley and hold it. Let's see if that plays true today. Thumbs up in the back. Let's hit the revs. And lights out, and we're away. And look at the run there in third. Goodness gracious me. Mateo able to get away well. Larry able to get away well. Riley not able to get away as well. And Mateo Pappas already trying to check out.
Pappas again proving the outside is the better line when it comes to the whole shot here. Riley Pegram going to have to find a way with the mid-run speed, what we've seen yesterday. Get a big boost coming out here as the tires start to work themselves in for the racing time. Right now, though, Pappas making it very difficult to keep up here. What a boost up at the front.
Big boost up, but does it stay as this race goes through? Riley will be able to find some speed and find some run here, and so will Larry. They should be able to both lock in and find some good pace through. First lap done, gap at the line the first time by 1.3 seconds, and that is all about that race start jump that really came through. As we look further back here, that is Carroll who is looking along in fourth place. Drake Williamson, Robert Lash, 5th and 6th here at the moment as they work their way through. And those two junior shifters, again, junior shifters ages 11 to 15, trying to hold on. Up front, Mateo Pappas. We'll see how that gap maintains.
We'll find out pretty soon how these drivers are willing to battle it on out here at this point. They have moved, just indicated, to race ready for the remainder of the pre-finals they just announced. They will start to quicken the pace of the schedule, if you will, here, Brad, by a couple minutes. Going to make things a little bit more tighter for a competitor. So again, we are now, this is from, again, the announcement from Seth, that we are race ready the remainder of your pre-finals.
And that comes through as there was a Andy Kutcher sent a message out during our last break here before the start of Shifter and said, hey, the forecast does not look good around 4 p.m. Anything we can do to increase the chance for everyone to get their race done in the dry would be greatly appreciated. And it looks like, again, the great run here from again, race director Seth Stridle, who does great to really care about how things go here at the event, and did a great job to make that adjustment to say, hey, we're ready racing for all of pre-finals. We're just going to get this thing on the road and going as quick as we can. If that changes our timing for finals, as finals are scheduled to go on at 2:40, we will keep you notified again, because otherwise we would be running finals through 5 p.m., which means that any rain, if it's around 4 p.m., unfortunately would hit this shifter category.
Yeah, and making things a little bit more tricky here to end off the day. And of course, you don't want to deal with the potential of if there's any lightning. There is a small risk of thunderstorms per some of the weather forecast, depending on where you go. Now, that being said here, you're seeing Robbie Pegram on the track is faster. 10th or 2 last time by. Really picking up the pace, sliding the tires a fair bit. The grip is starting to really lay itself down up through the final sector. Robbie Pegram is pushing hard to get back up there this time through. It was near equal. In fact, Pappas was a touch quicker.
That touch quicker making all the difference here. It's going to be kind of a give and take, I think, up in the front that is going to really affect how these top 3 battle itself out because of the way that they look here. It's very back and forth. It's very, very easy. Shifter, again, it's one of those categories that I think is easy to learn. It's hard to power here because of the fact that the way they go, because it's a very, very power delivery. It's a sequential gearbox through on the carts here. There is a clutch. Of course, that starting is very hard. And then, of course, you got to figure out where your downshifts and your upshifts are, how you're going to use the brakes on the cart, because there are front and rear brakes traditionally on these shifter carts. And this is one of the most important things to really get an idea on. It's so different, and it's very easy to find a pace that works, but it's hard to push yourself into that run. Looking at that gap right now, it is starting to close a little bit, though, as a 10th was picked up last lap.
Yeah, it's going to be a need to be a couple tenths per lap, really, honestly, to have a shot at Pappas at the minimum. We already know with these shifters, it takes a few laps to actually get the pass built up here. It takes a lot of effort to drive these carts. It takes even more effort to not only pass, but also zip ahead in them. Right now, Pegram doing a great job to show the speeds there. If you get in front of Pappas off the jump, we'll have to find a way to go.
Going to be a hard fought decision on how to go, what to go. That's the thing with the shifters, is it's a very give back and forth run and for them. Taking a look here again at the runs out of the low speed corners, it does seem like Mateo Pappas is just finding that little bit of extra pace to really get things through. Watching the junior shifters, by the way, here, Drake Williamson has about a 1.5 lead, or had a 1.5 lead over Robert Lash. Make that a whole lot of a nothing lead right now, as something went wrong last lap for Drake Williamson. And now as they battle through that 09, currently just having to try to now get back past Robert Lash here, who has managed to get past and get up there in place into the lead of Shifter Jr.
Yeah, that gap is growing pretty quickly, to say the least, right now. And obviously, when you turn a 1 minute flat compared to the normal class of rate at a 58.7, usually that's a sign you made a big mistake. And now Williamson is completely on the back foot, trying to recover from here on out. That in mind here, down to about the final minute in a couple seconds. Pappas still holding back any pressure. Still a 10th quicker as Riley Pegram. In the final, it could get interesting if the pace gets matched here. But right now, the 19 and the 77 still playing a game of cat and mouse. The cat is slowly building the speed up. Another picked up pace for Raleigh Pegram.
Definitely looks like right now that it's a case of you want to be in second if you want to be in the pace here, because 1.5 seconds is a good amount of time gained here in shifters, as we are essentially going to be, well, we could be 3 to go. It's really going to depend on what these front two do for times across the line here. If they drop out of the 53s a bit further back, and it could be a 1 to go. It could be a 2 to go here. It definitely is going to be a 1 to go, though. I thought they were a bit further along the lap than they actually are here. Coming through and along, and here we go. Taking the white flag this time by. You can visually see Riley Pegram has closed this up. Pappas has to get through one more lap.
Going to get interesting for later on. We'll touch upon that after this race. But right now, this type of speed we're seeing here, going to be interesting too. Lap traffic, is that going to play a factor? Not right now. In fact, there goes Williamson. Letting him on go. No major issues. And Pappas having no problems this time throughout this entire run as they zip their way to the final sector.
And this has been a wild pre-final. We'll see how the finals go along for these drivers as they get their way along and they get things going out. Look over the shoulder here, Mateo Pappas, at least in the pre-finals, that race start being so important coming through. How will it play in the finals? Well, we'll find out. Across the line, Pappas, Pegram, Riley Pegram specifically. Coming through third will be Larry Pegram, as Robert Lash will pick up the Shifter Junior win in 5th place overall. Jeff Carroll will be 4th in the senior shifters. Drake Williamson 2nd across the line here. Ethan Langley crosses. A bit of a shuffle here because we did get some lapping traffic for the shifters and junior shifters as they sort themselves out along. And again, Mateo Pappas proving that race start so important. I have a feeling Riley Pegram's going to have an answer in the finals, though.
I think there's a good option for them, absolutely. But there is an important note we talked about, maybe with 10 minutes. Might see the 77 get up there. Not potentially come into play here in this situation. Just announced finals will be shortened 8 minutes plus 2 laps. Only a brief break after pre-finals. And it'll be informed over PA when they will start. So the schedule is ever more tightened here, Brad, in the next little bit.
That is a big change here. Again, pop-up showers on the area going through. Again, looking at the radar, just looking along. East of Cincinnati, just out of nowhere, there have been some significant thunderstorms around the Portsmouth area, around Huntington, West Virginia, and it looks like the same thing is happening. Looking at IKC coverage through and checking in with that team out in Whiteland, they've had some rain out in Indiana that has hit through, and if you look at the radar, it doesn't look like it, but it has hit through for them. So depending on where you're at, there is random sporadic showers. I said it earlier, the heat dome popped. Is calling it kind of over the Kentucky, Ohio, Indiana area. They were calling it the heat dome with temperatures over the last week exceeding 100 degrees in some areas. Those heat warnings, heat advisories that have been out. And well, the heat dome has popped for us. And unfortunately, it's that humidity has to go somewhere. And well, for those of you on track, it goes on the ground. So we are going to get this thing rolling. We want everyone to have the chance to race under the dry if possible. And let's see how it plays out. KA Master Supermaster now rolling out here, Justin.
Find out these drivers fare out again as we switch kart engine package type here as we move about here in the afternoon. And so it's important to say when it comes to these machines coming up, the Kutchers, again, putting together some dominant pace in qualifying. Will that continue? Very likely, but as this is going to be an interesting one on if they're able to get any response on the kings of this facility here today.
Taking a look here at our Master Supermasters as they roll down into the go to get their way ready. And this qualifying, again, Andy and Chris, I still think Brant Estes is going to have a good challenge. We get 2x2. Look at Andy doing a quick pop of the shoulders, feeling confident and comfortable here up on the go. This is going to be a case where, again, if you're going to get after Andy and Chris, you better do it on the race start. And let's see if that happens. Slow into the tram lines we go. And as they get ready, looks over the shoulders, everyone settling in. Chris staring directly at Andy here. And we're green, we're racing here for the Master Supermaster run, going side by side, and that is how you get the Kutchers separated. A dive from Brant Estes on that inside run gets through, and already race director has put the race start under review. We will see if anything comes out of that. Chris trying to go to the inside of Brant into turn 4, not able to get past, and Andy Kutcher holding the lead.
Estes able to take a big step here early. Hold on, that step about to change. Moved by Chris once again. The back and forth. We'll see the Kutchers 1 and 2, and now big gap for your race leader. Already up by 6 kart lengths. Andy looking to run away and break away. Stay away from the pressure as Chris tries to hold back the rest of the pack.
And getting out of the go there. Again, just that little brief separation of Chris and Andy is going to give a bit more of a challenge there for Brant to try to get through. That is a good show there. Now Chris needs to get back to Andy and needs to try to go through gap. Half a second Andy to Chris, half a Chris to Estes. And that is where we are going to watch all the way along as these drivers work their way through. And up in the front, your top 3, they go through. 4th, 5th, 6th, Falcone, Meese, and Tracy have all settled in as well. Paul Meese, the Supermaster leader right now, holding in top 5 overall.
Yep, right now Meese is looking comfortable, I think, with that compared to Damian Jennings by a second or so right now. Falcone trying to find the long run pace to come into play right now. I am noticing that Chris is starting to reel on down Andy on the eye test, at least. Almost right back up to him yet again. And the fight to see which Kutcher is going to be the better one here today. Still 6 minutes to work with on the board. Fast slap does go to the 279 as Falcone needs to pick up another second to have a shot at the podium of the pre-final.
That pre-final podium would be so great to see too for Falcone as we work our way in. 5.5 minutes left to go. Top 2 have really tried to pull things through. Chris, fastest car on track, 2/10 up on Andy last time, but still trying to close that gap. And Estes is doing a good job of not really letting them get away. That gap has pulled to about a second, but Brent Estes could be giving a bit of breathing room here early on and allowing Andy and Chris to sort of battle, and then we'll just kind of try to swoop in. Andy, the car looks stiff for Andy going through 13 and 14 as that left rear through the left-hander of 13 is pulling up off the ground and then comes back onto the ground. So I'm not sure if maybe there's a setup difference. I've seen Andy have the kart do that several times though. So I do really think that's a drive preference and a setup preference between Andy and Chris for why Andy's kart tends to like to 3-wheel when most people's don't.
Definitely a little bit more edge, possibly on the setup, a little more grip into it to add that extra sensation to the racetrack. Some usually will take out grip, as they'll describe, when it comes to finding the balance of the setup, so they have a bit more of a looser feel in their kart. Right now, though, Andy working well in the more stricter fixed set, if you will. Watch right here. You see how much that rear tire wants to roll around here. Andy, it's still helping him be able to turn with the front of the field. 4 minutes to go. They still are maintaining that 1.4 second gap between first and third. This time through Estes, dropping back an extra 4/10 though. He fell to the 1 minute second bracket, or 1 minute bracket. Chris went in the 59 second bracket to catch up. And he's going for the lead, going to take it.
Beautiful move from Chris there, but a great switchback from Andy to get back through. Chris not able to capitalize and hold that move. Chris sent it through for a millisecond, had the run, and then Andy said, nope, never mind, I'll take that right back. A glimpse over the shoulder heading into 8, 9, and 10, and Chris has now lost a few tenths of a gap here. We'll need to close that back up to Andy. Up the hill to go back down, and look at Estes. Estes, again, just staying calm and collected there, has started to close back in. That gap at one point was 1.7 seconds. It's going to start closing back in. We'll see where it stabilizes at the end of this lap.
Yeah, let's find out for certain right now with the pace difference on this. 4/10. 4/10 up. That's after picking up 3/10 after the switchback. That's how big the difference was coming out of 4. And he's looking very comfortable and confident right now with his run in speed. As they work their way through here, it's again these two in full tilt and full command as the clouds continue to roll over the track.
Clouds continue to roll over. Every time you refresh the weather forecast, it is changing here in Batavia. I wish I could do what is going to happen here. I'm seeing it change every time I refresh. The one thing I can tell you right now, the temperature feel is 101 degrees. So if you are here on circuit, it is cloudy, but it is muggy. It is hot. Please make sure you're drinking water. Please make sure you're hydrating. It is going to make all the difference here for those of you here on circuit as we head our way along into the remainder of our day. Again, finals have been shortened. 8 minutes plus 2 laps. Ready Racing and finals will start earlier than the scheduled 240. Once we can confirm the time, we will let you know. You will find out on circuit as well. It will be announced over the PA for everyone. Look at those clouds, though. Look at that. That is, that's ominous, I have to say.
A little bit ominous and a little bit dark here, and it's been a thing across the region. No matter where you are, for those just jumping on and hearing, oh, there's weather. But let's put it this way. Just about everybody's been pelted around when it comes to storms as of late. A lot of the weather, the biggest cluster of radar still is hitting, well, essentially if you're, say, Cleveland or parts of Pennsylvania, you're getting pelted at the moment. But it could have come in at any time around us too, obviously, here in Batavia, if any other rain systems come in, for example. So it could get interesting later on if we see anything pop up here with these temperatures and rain decides to say, hey, I like this racetrack. I want to watch the action. I'm just going to let all the rain out right now.
I mean, it has to go somewhere. That's the thing. You learn in elementary school about the water cycle. The water goes up. The water has to come back down. I will tell you, in my neck of the woods, we got about 10 inches of rain last weekend, and all that water had to go back up, and unfortunately, all that water will have to come back down. Will we get a bonus lap? No, it's one to go across the line. They crossed the line 1 second after the time is through. So we're white flag here. Andy leading Chris by 7/10. Chris had one strong charge for the lead there, Justin. Made a big dive down the inside into turn 4. Couldn't capitalize. And unfortunately, Chris just hasn't been able to build that gap back in here and go for it again. Andy has been smooth and consistent through. Fastest lap of anyone last time through. By the way, unfortunate penalty for Paul Meese. The 297 picking up a 3-second penalty here will unfortunately drop down to 6th in the order when we're said and done.
Unfortunate there, but the Kutchers again putting their dominant speed once more. Andy turning up the wick to close up the race. Turning times in the 59.6s. Andy pulls his way to the final sector to get away from Chris to take the checker flag. And it's a done. And now it's Andy and Chris. Their show continues at their favorite racetrack over Estes.
So great to see through. And then Scott Falcone, Paul Meese coming across the line there. Paul Meese putting in the fastest lap of anyone, and just by a couple tenths is going to drop behind Gerard Tracy out of into the final here. Damian Jennings 7th, Corey Curry in 8th. We'll see if Brant Estes can catch and then defend from 3rd place against Chris Kutcher going into the finals here in just a little bit. We've got 3 more pre-finals, though, to get ready to run through. Micro Mini coming up next here.
Those drivers are going to have some fun here. We know they've had a little bit of moments on the starts. find out if the youngsters are able to keep themselves in control with especially a little bit more urgency to get this done quickly. You can see the umbrella is still out to keep some shade over the drivers, and a couple of the karts already fired up as some of these drivers sprint to their karts.
All the drivers locking in. Again, we are ready racing here for pre-finals. Not traditionally what we do, but it is going to be what we do here. So as we get things set up, trying to squeeze drivers around, because ready racing, when you come into this, you know, typically these drivers wouldn't roll out till 1:30. We'd have 5 minutes to let them get things locked in. But again, we are on a rush against Mother Nature. So ready racing, the name of the game, lock it in, get ready to go here. For minis and micros, when they are ready to go, they will get sent out here on the run. By the way, we talked about qualifying a bit here in minis and micros. It was Jack Katowski who was at the top of the mini Swift qualifying today. Only one micro running. It's Madeline Payne who will be running out of P18 there. The 999 kart will be running at the back of the order as we send them out. And let's run down that starting lineup here. Jack Katowski and Camila Kanash on front row, with Austin Taylor and Leonie Chiavo in fourth. Sam Hornish in fifth. Aiden Go will try to go from P6. We'll see if there's improvement there. Braxton Shiflett, kind of out of position, I'd say, in P7. Silas Johnson, 8th. Min Lewis and Jackson Reinholds, your top 10 here to go. If you're wondering, where's Chase Thixton? P13. Again, kind of out of position.
Yeah, a little bit further back than where we were seeing yesterday, possibly, or in some of the air classes. At the very least, we know, say, at the 206, the Thixton has some speed, so it's going to be a bunch of those, I think, going to be seeing some work. Here's the grid one more time. But Jack Katowski going to be in a prime spot here to try and hold back a Hornet's Nest. Keep an eye on Taylor, on Hornish, on Go, on how well they handle things here once they get to the start zone and try and get the long here.
Buckle it in, ladies and gentlemen, because minis and micros are on track, ready to go, and we'll see how it plays out for them. Very slow through 12, 13, 14. Justin, this might be the slowest we've seen them run. They're gathered up, and again, this was the only class that had a false start yesterday. So I have a feeling that all of these drivers up in the front don't want to do that again.
Definitely don't. They want to make sure they are nice and steady and slow in the same ballpark. It looks like the back of the field's not in the same ballpark yet. They're trying to find a way into the grandstands, but everybody else looking pretty solid for the tram lines here. Let's see if they behave. Field still being told to keep slow. They're trying to go ahead.
And green, we're going. Here we go. Side by side up front. Jack Katowski trying to defend through Camila Kanash. Trying to all sorts of shuffles, 2x2s up in the front. Contact. We've got 2-3 karts going through, and that is frustration from the front of the field. It's going to shuffle everything along, and that race start already. Race control, Seth Stridle letting us know he's taking a look at that again.
Want to review what happened on the film, but right now, Katowski with that bit of contact. Getting a big jump over Taylor and company. Already, that red and green helmet looking to go zoom and try and find a way ahead of everybody else and then some. Long run for the leader in a couple of cases has been huge. But MG of Taylor looking to get digging though.
Looking to dig forward here and try to get everything along. First lap done, a minute through, and let's see how it shuffles up all of our orders here. You see a lot of those TKG karts up in the front right now. Jack Katowski, Austin Taylor, Shiflett, Hornish, Silas Johnson. A big shuffle through. Camila Kanash, unfortunately, our driver who spun in turn 2, drops all the way down the order. And then Madeline Payne as well, your lone micro, will be down, trying to avoid going through. A warning to Jack Katowski for tramline violation. So our race director, Seth Stridle, already kind of saying, hey, Jack Katowski, you're up in the front. But remember, stay in the tram lines. That is a big warning there to our race leaders. The battle for second, Taylor and Shiflett, heats up.
Can't cross them, and right now we'll find out when the send's coming to play. No send this time. Shiflett elects to ride for now. Shiflett is a driver we touched upon a little bit yesterday, storyline-wise, when it comes to his speed. USPKS was in top 10 as they have given the penalty. They are going to give a 3-second penalty to Jack Kotowski. It's no longer warning. It is 2-tire violation, and that means Kotowski is not your official leader in theory. It will be down outside the top 5 possibly.
So that sets a challenge for Jack Kotowski, and one of the great things about MCC, they have the marshaling system here around the track. There are the boards on the front and the back, so Kotowski will be aware of this penalty, or should be aware of this penalty, and should see it flash next lap around. What does that mean for Jack Kotowski? That means you better batten down the hatches and get it moving here. You need to pull a 3-second gap over Austin Taylor and over Braxton Shiflett, who is the fastest kart on track right now, by the way. So, yeah, this race just raised the stakes for Kotowski. This is going to get very, very challenging for the remainder of these 5 minutes plus a lap here on the go. Coming across the line, let's see how it plays out for everyone here in the front as we're taking a look further back in. Battles continuing to develop all the way through the field. We've got some side-by-side here further back in the order, as that is going to be Akers, Hodges, and Camila Kanash coming across the line. That's the battle for P12, by the way.
Yeah, this is towards the back for now, and some of the recovery drives, if you will, or some of the drivers at least who haven't had a loud effort. You see the charge signal popping up there a little bit, as some of these drivers like Reinhold saying, we've got to sort it out, we got to go, because the next group is already a couple seconds up the road. Do you want to have a fun for the top 5 or so? Well, it might help that there is a bit of a dust kick up there with Johnson, but they kind of need a stay in sync to do that, and that's easier said than done, because they say, who needs to work together and be friends when you can light all your bridges on fire and make passes?
Listen, passes are more fun than friends sometimes. Friends off track, but passing on track. I think that's the mantra I would take if I was up in the go here. Up front, Kotowski cannot pull a gap, and unfortunately, Austin Taylor running a half-second faster last lap. I don't know what happened to Kotowski, but that is a massive pace difference going through, and unfortunately for Jack Kotowski, this is going to become a problem. Watch out for Austin Taylor here, who is going to be looking to put some pressure along, looking outside, looking inside, trying to defend here in the number 92, but that 124 and that 114, they're there, and they are ready to pounce through. Forget the 3-second penalty that's looming over Kotowski. Forget the clouds looming over MCC. Right now, you've got some fast karts that are looking to just kind of knock you down the order naturally.
Yeah, exactly. Those little differences again popping up here when it comes to this. But as this goes about, the battle for second heating up for a moment. Shiflett pushed Taylor all the way to the rear end of Kotowski. Again, current projected leader is Taylor. They won't know that fully unless they hear the commentary through the PA system right now. Taylor not willing to send it yet, probably thinking, hey, Kotowski's still the leader. May as well not force it, but hey, if you want to take the check flag of the racetrack, there is that sense to go. And there's the thing, you can get some insurance here if you can get the separation. Not going to take it yet to build a buffer for what is the race lead over Shiflett as they come up to 2 minutes to go.
2 minutes to go. Anything can explode here up front, and let it happen here as we shuffle in second place. That is Shiflett shuffling up past Taylor. Says, you know what, Austin Taylor, you can't get past. I think I'm faster than you. I will go for the move to get past. Just buckle in really quick and get ready for some fun. Here we go as we come across the line. 1:30 showing plus a lap now, as Shiflett will now try to set that thing Jack Kotowski to be passed. And you know what? If Austin Taylor couldn't do it yet, we'll see if Shiflett can. Setting it in, you can see peeking and looking at the apexes, trying to eye out where a pass can be done. Typically, the middle part of the lap is not, you see it, and unfortunately, the 122, Liani Schiavo, picking up a 3-second penalty here for avoidable contact. Make a bad day worse here for the driver who started in 4th, currently running 8th.
Definitely unfortunate to say the least, because I've been in a spot where it was right in the middle of the field. Going to drop behind Sam Hornish. Picks up 1-2. Just got a 3-second avoidable contact penalty as well. Running in the 4th position. And now some of the front runners continuing to be knocked down like Legos. There it is on your penalty bulletin. Coming up to 1 to go this time. Kotowski still on track, your leader, but still, based on the distances, will be at least in 3rd unless something changes.
We'll see how it plays out here as we're 10 seconds left on the clock, so it should be the remainder of this lap plus 1 more. The sun has come back out here, but you see the trees and kind of how the wind is going right now. The clouds coming and going kind of to and fro as they please, but that's not the name of the game up front for our mini Karts. Look over the shoulder from Kotowski to see where Shiflet's at. Shiflet not looking for the pass right now, sticking right behind Kotowski for the moment. Once that white flag is saw, though, of course, these drivers, they tend to treat it just like they saw an all-you-can-eat CC's Pizza Buffet. How much can you get here on the go? 1 lap remaining. Let's take the gloves off.
Time to get the boxing gloves out instead of the racing gloves. Kotowski blocking to the inside, now starting his defense. Shiflet looking for a setup. Does he take the move? No, he swoops up to the outside. Looking for the cut out of turn 4, doesn't get it. Staying single file as they rumble their way through. Up through 6, up to 7. Once again, Kotowski playing well on defense, but here comes Shiflet. He sets back in line yet again.
Here we go, going into the back half of this lap, up the hill, out of 11, down the hill towards 12, shuffles to the inside, lots of quick glimpses over the shoulder. How will this play out of 12, 13, 14? A lot of shuffling through, a lot of peaks, a lot of blocks. Nobody happy with anything here. There goes Taylor again up into 2nd over Shiflet. Kotowski, though, somehow able to defend this all the way through. Running down to the line here, Kotowski holding up Shiflet, Taylor, drag race for 2nd place. Kotowski with the win. Austin Taylor was 2nd. Shiflet 3rd. Everyone behind playing things through. Hornish and then Johnson, Reinholz, Schiavo, and then Franco Schiavo to Leonie Schiavo with Camila Kanash in 9th. Chase Thixton dropping way down the order here. And Min Lewis rounds out your top 10. And then it's Kai Schipper, TJ Akers, Hodges, Chase Thixton, Pullen Miller, and Madeline Payne will finish out your mini micros here today. 2 more classes to run your pre-finals here. Buckle up, ladies and gentlemen. It's going to continue to be crazy. Again, we shorten finals. We're fighting Mother Nature right now, and we're fighting against time. I wouldn't go anywhere if I was you.
Definitely not. You better stick around and watch the racing action as we get ready to see how the weather impacts the day. The clouds are right now immediately back after going away for a split second. And our penultimate pre-final already fire up and wait for the chance to roll here.
And again, we are ready racing through, getting the last of the karts on the track here as they go here in KA Junior as we wait on the drivers to clear through. KA Junior, this class is very, very competitive here. Qualifying today in Junior, it was Gleiberman who was able to take a 1/10 of a second up on Alex Kutcher. Berghofer, though, was showing strong pace in 3rd, and Berghofer will have the benefit of starting on that inside behind Gleiberman. Alex Kutcher has to do the hardest job of the day, which is start 2nd. I would really want to start over 2nd any time I could here. Looks like we are green rolling. Blake Martinez still trying to get the cart fired up there. Looks like cart is fired up for Martinez. Should be rolling out, starting out in 10th here. Getting your top three: Gleiberman, Kutcher, Berghofer, Kai Park in 4th, Lash in 5th, Elijah Matson-Vegas in 6th, Lila Beck in 7th, Edgar, Caleb Tracy, Blake Martinez. Your 10 KA juniors to take on their 8 minutes plus a lap.
Should see some good driving amongst them as we take a look at that order one more time. Berghofer again is the one to keep an eye on the most, though, because it's rapid yesterday at a race pace. Kai Park's going to be an interesting one again. Touched upon him amongst those with penalty situations for the previous round. Today, looking to see if there's a big improvement compared to yesterday, where it was such a quiet start for the 828 and then some.
Yeah, this is going to be one of those where you need to really make some noise early on if you're going to do it here in the pre-final of KA Junior. No Homer Heeman today, which is kind of heartbreaking to see. Homer Heeman here yesterday, not here today. Definitely missing Homer, and hopefully everything okay. Maybe just a scheduling conflict here to not be here on this Sunday. Buckle it up, ladies and gentlemen, because we're getting ready to roll as we go through. Coming into the tram lines, the slow signal being given. The race officials also telling everyone to slow her down as we go along, and still being told to slow it up. But we're green, we're racing, and already you can see Alex Kutcher trying to make that squeeze to the inside here to try to hold on to second place. Berghofer, though, beautiful to the inside, and look at that follow through. We actually might see Kutcher drop further back through, going side by side with Kai Park, who's trying to make some moves. Kai Park has to shuffle along, and somehow Kutcher able to hold third place at least.
Yeah, but look at Berghofer already heading the field just like that. You're instant on the charge, trying to carry the momentum forward from last week's strong performance out at Newcastle once again. Now as a bunch of dust gets kicked up, some of the Morello are starting to go off track there. Bit of a moment, to say the very least, for fourth on back.
That is a big moment there. Fourth on back, shuffling themselves along, somehow able to stay on track. No big off tracks, but great battles all the way through. Berghofer up to the front. Gleiberman, Kutcher, your top three, and then it's Park, Lash, Beck, Tracy, Edgar, Matson-Vegas, and Blake Martinez in the order they sit right now. Good run from Berghofer early on to get up into the front. Now it's the matter of defend it for the next 6 minutes, 40 seconds. Out of 4, looking fairly decent. The top 3 already pulling a gap on the rest of the field.
Yeah, it's pretty clear that the top 3 want to have a leg up right now, especially on average pace, starting off by second quicker first couple laps here. But really, that being said, it's going to require the a lot of bit method in terms of close up, right? You'll see that right now for drivers like Park, where if they can keep latching on the draft, will keep gaining about a tenth, get about 3, 4, 5 tenths in the span of a run. But it requires being perfect. Right now, Park is having a hard time closing. You can see Park trying to get low in the seat, trying to get their head out of the air. Went in the 59-second bracket, but the leaders were still 2 tenths quicker.
You can do virtually everything on the go in the front of a group to try to find pace, but really sometimes it just doesn't happen, whether it's a setup thing, whether it is genuinely just a case of you're not in the draft to really find through. You're not in a pack. And if you look at Park running basically all alone there, ramping the curb into 8, though, you have to say really getting aggressive in that Burrell art, trying to find any sort of way to catch up to Kutcher, Gleiberman, and Berghofer, and really pushing along. Not able to right now, but you can tell that the motivation and the attempt is there for Park. Up front here, Berghofer, helmet down, looking to make a move. Gleiberman holding second. Gleiberman maybe a peek into 1, doesn't go for it, but is all over the rear bumper of Callum Berghofer out of 2. And Alex Kutcher, I wouldn't count out 78 either.
I don't think you can count him out at all because remember, we seen earlier Kutcher was dicey in the 206. Now today, looking to get to the right spot to go and get dicey here too. Speed's picking up to near 59 flats at the moment amongst the lead group. Drivers behind them need to pick up at least 7/10 to get up to what they're doing. Berghofer, nothing changing. Right now it's staying very stable as they work their way towards the halfway point of the race.
Half up, half down, plus a lap to go. And NKA Jr., your top three, at least for the moment, holding each other nice and pretty and organized. And that is what they need to do. Alex Kutcher, fastest of anyone here on track. Last time through in third place, closing up that gap to Gleiberman and Berghofer, trying to get closer. They're running about 4.5 tenths a lap faster than Kai Park behind. So unfortunately for Kai Park, that to me kind of set up difference between the top three to P4. And that really, you know, unfortunately on track, you really need these three to start battling to close that gap much more than what you may be able to try to do to sort of limit it. If these three get disorganized, get battling, go side by side through multiple parts of the lap, go side by side through this section of the lap and really battle themselves along, that will start to allow Park, Lash, Beck to close that gap in, and then they can start challenging for the lead. But as of right now, your top three looks so solid and secure. Coming across the line, 3 minutes to go. Who's faster this time in the top three? Well, that time it was still Alex Kutcher, but still not able to get past.
Still nothing changing, if you will, right now. And remember, when it comes to some of these drivers in this class, you have the different arrangements here compared to, say, what they would do with the national scene. Usually it's a BJR for Berghofer, but he is running under the banner of James Overbeck Academy this weekend that usually runs some of the operations in the regional races. It appears in series like Apex and whatnot. Some of the other notables that are running under that banner this weekend we haven't touched upon yet. Scott Falcone, technically speaking, is underneath that banner. Addison Ianello, Jordan Klein, a couple of the other drivers here in that group. You also throw Jacob Scheibele, also that's been running with them. Some of the other drivers. They're, in our words, it's been working out pretty well, again, for your race leader to work with someone like Overbeck, one of the top drivers in KA competition at the national level.
Yeah, getting underneath the tent here and getting yourself to work with those teams that have the experience, have the depth, and have the knowledge to give you whatever benefit you can find really does play into the here. And, you know, sometimes a lot of that, too, I think, is that certain tracks just click better with drivers than others, even if it is, you know, we're at the home of TKG right now. Kai Park is in 4th place running in the TKG run, but you know, maybe this track just doesn't click with Kai Park. Being the home track doesn't necessarily mean that it's always going to be the fastest here. Your top three right now just really seem to have clicked in on this Sunday and have a great strong run for their positions. 60 seconds left to go when we cross the line. How is that going to play out? Because we're running 59-second laps. I have a weird feeling that we should call this 3 to go and not 2 to go, but we'll find out when they cross the line next time by.
Yeah, this could get interesting on the interval once we get to that point as they work their way through. The top three have stayed well in sync this entire time. Give credit as well to one of the drivers that's moved up a spot, at least, and Lyle Beck has been one of the other few battles we've seen in this race. For the most part, it's been single file racing, and most of the field content to ride, but we're running out of time for contentness to be a ticket to victory. Right now, we're down to about 15 or so seconds, and that means we're about to see someone step forward here. You'd have to think amongst this top three. As they tick away the time, it's going to be close, about 5 seconds on the board around the time they cross the line.
2 laps to go now is the official call here. Alex Kutcher again looks to be quick. Berghofer the fastest last time over, though, and we'll see if that sticks to be true. Berghofer, Gleiberman, Kutcher, your top three. And, well, let's see here if Berghofer can hold looking along in through 6-7. And Alex Kutcher right now, I have a feeling, is getting ready to be the one to pull out a line and try to get past Gleiberman, going down through 10 into 11, now up the hill, back down towards 12. Kutcher looks quick here. I see some defending happening, but it's one thing to defend. It's another to try to pass. And the second context of that, nobody tried to pass there. It was just a lot of idle defense.
Yeah, I think just trying to at least do part of the job. If you aren't defending, what are you doing? Well, a second is going to change because Kutcher zips on through. And now on the final time by, Berghofer's now about to feel some pressure. Here comes the 878 on the charge, looking to get up there quickly. Through turn 4, Berghofer looks comfortable.
Berghofer looks confident and comfortable. I would agree. Through 6-7 we go. This is going to be where things shuffle up more, if they shuffle with the top three, as Kutcher is up over Gleiberman, but now Kutcher has less than half a lap to try to send it on Berghofer. Up through 11, down towards 12. Looks over the shoulder. I think Kutcher is more worried about defense than attack right now, which is good news for Berghofer. Needs to get through 13 and 14 cleanly. Does so. Now it's the run down to the line. Kutcher looks over the shoulder. Berghofer looks over the shoulder, looking towards the line. And for Berghofer, got up in the front early on in the race, hasn't looked back, is going to pick up the win here in KA Junior. Gleiberman in third, Kutcher second, and then from there, it was Kai Park, Robert Lash, Lila Beck, and then we finish things up here. Big battle in the back, Edgar Vigas and Tracy. Matson Vigas, forgive me, and Caleb Tracy with Blake Martinez rounding out your 10 KA Juniors with your penultimate pre-final of the day.
Again, pretty quiet run through, but Berghofer able to go quickly on an opening lap or so, set the tone for the rest of the race. No one else able to really make that shuffle to get around the 826 afterwards. Berghofer, dominant pace.
Absolutely. And now, with KA Junior done, we go to KA Pro-Am, our final pre-final, getting ready to roll. Waiting to confirm our start time for finals, by the way, here as we go. Again, we are ready racing our pre-finals. Our finals will be ready racing, and we are bumping up the start time. We are fighting Mother Nature right now, and by golly, we are going to win it, is how I feel about it.
It's going to be an interesting battle, I think, in the next few moments here for our field. Now it's going to be the huge part. Who gets the edge? When you have a lot of these conversations here, you have various different team arrangements, the James Overbeck machines, you have the TKGs, you have the various stare downs of the teams, if you will. So if you're on the paddock, stare down your biggest rival and assert dominance because you're about to battle against them.
This is where things are going to get very, very exciting. The namesake of this championship, the Pro-Ams, rolling out. Green light on. Let's get them on track here. 22 karts to take on the go here. At least that's how many put in a qualifying time. And I'll tell you, there's more signed up than that. A few of them did not put in qualifying time. But up front, Mateo Rubio Luengo on the point here with Sam Tutwiler in second. Alexander Savage, Mason Kuhn, your top four. Tyler Kolshorn and Marcus Batchun, 5th and 6th. Will Still will be P7 with Max Klein in 8th. Riker Elkhorn and Jordan Klein, your top 10. Nico Katowski in 11th. And you might be saying, well, I watched qualifying. Carter Thompson was supposed to be top 4. Carter Thompson picked up 2 penalties in qualifying and got dropped down to 12th with deletion of the fastest laps that Carter Thompson ran. Unfortunately, puts Carter Thompson into 12th. The good news, still only a second off of the leader. Your top 15 separated by under 1.2 seconds.
So let's find out how this is going to go. It's going to be interesting where this fares out. Drivers like Klein at the tail end again here today also. This could be, for some of the drivers, you have to find a way to get some speed built up. A lot of these cars really sorted out quite yet. A few of these drivers just trying to get in a line properly before we actually get battling here.
Yeah, I don't know if we'll get going here because we still have karts that are not in their starting position, and it looks like that was actually Sam Tutwiler who couldn't find it. They're sending them back around. False start called. We will go back around because we had drivers that weren't even remotely close. They weren't lined up together in the trams. Yeah, send them back around here. We will send it back through. False start called.
Yeah, they weren't really sorted out too well, to say the very least, it looked like, as a result of all that. So better to try and make sure everyone's set up in the order correctly and get lined up without anybody trying to go back and forth to say, I start here, no, I start here, and get things properly done for us to go racing.
And here we go, up the hill over 11, down the hill towards 12. And now they're going to woe them all up here, try to get them formed in. Rubio Luengo will slow it way down into 13, try to give everyone plenty of time to close it up here. With such a large field, you can see they still don't look like they really have that sorted out here for the Pro-Ams. You can see the signals slow it way down here as they try to get ready to go. And yeah, there you see the blinking slow light. You see the 8-minute timer. This looks much better this time coming out of 16, I have to say, heading towards the front stretch here. They definitely look much more sorted this time.
Let's find out how this is going to go here. You see the signals going over from the left or inside to outside. Looked pretty even. Here we go. Ready to fight. And now they're stacking on the back of the field before they get to the green light.
Big mix-up in the back there around Michael Maker, and that'll be taken a look at. But up front, Tutwiler and Mateo Rubio Luengo trying to get things along. Tutwiler dropping to third. Rubio Luengo trying to hold in the front here as you have Alexander Savage who wants to get in the mix. Big shuffles up through, but your field, it makes it through the first few corners together. Into 6-7 we go. A little bit of contact between two of the Burrell Arts.
A little bit more of it, too. There's an off-track there for the 914. That's Blatt that's pushed off the circuit. They're still showing they're one of the more aggressive classes of the weekend, to say the very least. They're still blocking in amongst the top 10.
Well, Pro-Am have shown up and decided to show off. Take the gloves off. Let's battle here side by side. Through 13-14 we go. Was still not done with the fighting here. Heading to the line for the first time. Let's reset your lineup. It is going to be Rubio Luengo, Alexander Savage, Sam Tutwiler, Mayun, Tyler Kalshop, 5 here as they head along into turn 2. Still some crazy moments happening as well, up and down this entire grid as we have one car off. That is, it looks the 966 or the 986. I'm going to tell you it's Isabella Simpson, unfortunately, the 986, who is off there and dropping down the order. That's on the exit of turn 12 heading towards 13 that we see the 986 wide.
Again, you don't want to have that happen on the opening lap, but it happened here. Rubio Luengo holding on in front. Meanwhile, Savage already up a few spots here on the charge to get up to the front. It's been an up and down season for Savage when making appearances. All that's to say, trampoline violation. Josiah Phillips, that's right now 19th. Remember that stack up we talked about? That's why.
And that's unfortunate for Phillips there. Curious to know what caused that big stack up in that jump out of the line there with the hand up for the 971 right as we went green. But nevertheless, Director of Competition Seth Stridle throwing down the hammer and saying, nope, here we go. 902 tramline violation. We're not done. That's Kyle Foe, who will pick up a tramline violation running down in 21st. That just makes a bad day a little bit worse. Some contact here up at the front. Second and third place, Savage and Tutwiler off into the dirt. They went side by side down into turn 12. How does it play out for them? Because they definitely were getting a little argy-bargy there heading through, and somehow they sort themselves out for a moment. I don't know how, but yeah, coming up over the hill, they didn't seem to be playing nice at all as we come through across the line. And Sam Tutwiler is second, Savage third, Kuhn fourth. The 871 and the 971 are both off. Look at that. That's Phillips off. They're going through. That is big contact that's happened.
Maker also collected in that Michael Maker specifically. So a little bit of trouble leads to a lot of bit of chaos. We still have 4 minutes to go, and they're still racing like they did in yesterday's final. Chaotic.
Braden Heber, meatball flag, the 978, unfortunately will be retired from this run. So if this race couldn't get any more chaotic, let's just make it happen here in KA Pro-Am, as they tend to do here. Again, the namesake of this championship, the MCC Pro-Am Karting Challenge. Well, KA Pro-Am, they're in a bit wild to go. They're showing why it's called Pro-Am Karting Challenge and not the Master Supermaster Challenge here, because the Fox are here on the Speed Sunday Showdown, and it's exactly what you want to see. Battling continue in down the pack, but Ruben Luengo hasn't looked back since the race start. 1.3 seconds in the lead over Sam Tutwiler.
Kind of showing raw speed that we were expecting yesterday a bit from the 996. Now today has been able to get the setup exactly where it needs to be. Track's trending the way it needs to go comparative to yesterday with the sun for this part of the KA 100 Pro-Am. So definitely showing the big improvement needed to try and step up for today. The problem's going to be for everyone else. Well, how are they going to respond with so much confusion on potentially what could happen for the later situations? See some sends going on amongst those Katowski, Thompson, and a few other drivers that are going to be some of these swap arounds, or trying to, at the very least, in a couple cases, find a way to get to the next packs here. 3 minutes to work with.
3 minutes plus a lap to work with, and still all of the mixes of who's your friend, who's your enemy, what do you do, where, for what. Nico Katowski right now, by the way, fastest car on track, even faster than your leaders, but sitting in P6 here, back on the order. And, well, you can be faster than the leaders, but when there's a 3.7 second gap to the lead, it doesn't help a lot for your run here in that 992. Taking a look here back further in the order as we take a look at multiple carts still trying to fight their way through, trying to find positions, everyone trying to really get themselves into just the best moment they can here in the pre-finals. They survived the first of chaos, which is funny to say because we're 2 minutes left to go, and, well, chaos continues. Multiple carts dipping wheels off there on the exit of 14, trying to get runs down to the line, going side by side here. Katowski up into fifth, up half a second on pace to your leader of Mateo Rubio Luengo.
That's interesting here with a pick up for a couple of the drivers right now. Nico Katowski for the final might be someone to keep an eye on then if that's the case. Didn't have the best track position, already up 6 already in this race. Definitely, if there's a good enough start, can size up with the 996 if they get through the initial layer of traffic amongst the top 5 later. We'll see how far Katowski gets here as we come up to the final minute or so on the clock.
Coming through here, Katowski right on the back of Alexander Savage, but it's one thing to catch, it's another to pass, but when you've got pace like a Nico Katowski, you're going to get through. Tramline violation, 871. That is Michael Maker. Again, that's part of those battles back in the back, and that jump out there all the way back in the race start that we saw that is really changing everything along. Do want to confirm for tonight, or for this afternoon, Anthem at 2:18. Your races will start, your finals at 2:20, 8 minutes plus 2 laps of action for your finals. We are racing against Mother Nature, and right now up in the front, it's everyone versus Rubio Luengo because it's 1.7 seconds the gap from Rubio Luengo back to second place.
Now, Rubio Luengo continuing to flex the speed muscles. Tutwiler right now not able to match it, just a couple tenths off that right now. It keeps on kicking up the left side tires. It's going to continuously add more dirt onto the racetrack, cause a little bit of issues for some of the drivers to keep grip. We'll keep an eye on that here with the 1 to go mark next time by. Clock reaches zeros. Thompson, by the way, passing Bachun, and a couple other drivers are switching and passing around the edge of the top 10 still.
That run up and down the order in the mix. Everyone's still battling it out. Nobody's done racing here. Nobody's done until the racing is over, as we're 2 laps to go. This lap plus 1 more. You see Rubio Luengo there 2 seconds up on the 990 of Tutwiler and the Lando Norris kart. And Tutwiler doing everything possible to defend because you have a sea of TKGs behind here. But up front, it is a great run there from Rubio Luengo. Has been all the way through for the weekend and just needs to try to take the momentum and carry it into finals. Look at the chaos happening there behind Tutwiler. Kuhn and Savage can't figure it out here. We take the white flag, 1 lap to go, and second place back. I'm almost scared to watch this.
Remember what happened last time. Some heavy battling here. Here we go. Katowski on the stand. 3rd spot now for the 992. Moore sends on the inside back. Trying to send it in as Kuhn. Couldn't keep it stuck. Now it's the charge attempt for Katowski. Trying to find a way to rip away 1 more spot. Set up for a prime opportunity to battle for the race lead from the get-go later.
Remember, Katowski won the finals yesterday, so if Katowski can get up in a good position, Katowski can try to win the final today. Here we go. Take a look. Defense through and along here. That 992 trying to go after Tutwiler, and then Kuhn, Savage, and Colshorn all battling behind. But up front, it's 3+ seconds the gap. Mateo Rubio Luengo with a great pre-final here will come across the line, is going to win after 10 laps. Second place will be Sam Tutwiler. Nico Katowski starting in 3rd for the final in a great position. Alexander Savage 4th. Mason Kuhn will be 5th. And then it's Colshorn, Thompson, Gardner, Batchun, and Will Steele rounding out your top 10 here.
Interesting battles up throughout the field, but Rubio Luengo pulling away a ton with that battle at the end for second. And just like that, our pre-finals are complete, and it's a very quick turnaround for the rest of this field.
That it is, ladies and gentlemen, 2:18 p.m. So in 10 minutes time will be the national anthem, and we will roll finals. 206 Masters, Super Masters will roll for their 8-minute plus 2-lap final at 2:20 p.m. Eastern. Again, we are trying to avoid Mother Nature, so it has been decided to kind of shake things through. Every time I refresh the radar, more and more sporadic random pop-up showers in the area. We're trying to avoid all of that. It looks nice now. It looked ominous earlier, and I'll tell you right now, looking at the weather forecast, it looks even more ominous going into the next few hours. So 10-minute break, and when we come back, it's time for finals. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back.
Attention in the paddock, attention in the paddock. If you are in the paddock area, we are set to have anthems. 218. 218 will be your anthem for those tuned in here on Kart Chaser. And for those at the racetrack, 218 is the start of your anthem. Attention, everyone. We would like to ask that you please rise if you're able and remove your caps as we are set for today's playing of the national anthem. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning, good afternoon, good evening. Welcome to Kart Chasers coverage of the finals here of the Speed 'em Fest. Round number 6, it's the Sunday Showdown here on Kart Chaser, live from Motorsports Country Club of Cincinnati here in Batavia, Ohio. Myself, Brad Dalton, joined in the booth by Justin Prince. And, well, we're fighting Mother Nature. We're running on a race against time, trying to avoid weather, and right now it looks like we are going ready racing for finals. It's 8 minutes plus 2 laps for the finals today. We shorten them up by 2 minutes, and we go ready racing. We're starting a little bit earlier, but it's going to be a fun one to go. It's myself, Brad Dalton, joined in the booth by Justin Prince. Justin, I'm ready. I don't know about you, but I'm ready.
I think the field is ready, absolutely, for some fun action today. Scott Falcone and Alan Elwood ready to show what they can do at the front of the field again. Once again, Scott specifically. Over Rene Moore, Matt Noble, and Carson Noble in the top 6. Mike Doty, Larry Pike, Mark Cirk, with Dan Monsian amongst those in the field. It should be interesting how this goes. Let's find out who wins the chess match up at the front again.
Slow rolling the tram lines, and you can already see up in the front, all eyes on Falcone as we go. Green flag's out. We're racing. We're rolling. Elwood versus Falcone up in the front, but never mind that. It's a slow roll from the outside. Scott Monsian, Renee Muller, the two Supermasters, able to start making a charge for the top 3 places, because that is an impressive way to go through. The Masters and Supermasters now shuffling in big time together. Alan Elwood down into P3. It's Scott Monsian up into 2nd.
Monsian indeed with the jump to try and get ahead of Muller and try and build a cushion here. Elwood dropping down to 3rd overall on the racetrack, going to have to immediately go right to work. Wants a chance to keep up with Falcone here with the rhythm. So far, so solid, though, for the 99 as they rumble their way down the backstretch.
Here we go down into turn 12, and it's Falcone, Elwood, Monsian, your top 3. Here we go to the inside. Goes Elwood. Elwood able to get that pass through on Scott Monsian with a beautiful move to get back up to 2nd. Now needs to get that 206 engine to round and, well, I don't want to say round up, but to rev up and go for the charge on Scott Falcone if possible here. Scott Falcone, though, looking very, very quick at the moment. Elwood, of course, passing Monsian, but 0.6 of a second slower than Falcone last time through. And taking a look here at Carson Noble. Carson Noble giving some very clear hand signals of the intentions to try to work forward towards the top 3. Just needs to try to get some help to get there.
Yep, as they go about here in this, it's going to get interesting for a couple of the competitors if they've been able to make the right adjustments to the ever-changing track, because direct sunlight versus cloudiness, the track temperature shuffles, if you will, could all come into play on even just the tire pressures that you set up, maybe even the gearing set ratios with the way the wind direction can blow, causing a headwind versus a crosswind versus a tailwind. All those little things with the weather forecast going to change just how you set up a bit in your approach for these karts. In turn, we're seeing how it's working out so far, at least for your top 3. Elwood closing back up to Falcone slowly but surely.
This is where things are going to continue to heat up and challenge through. It's hot out there on track, I'll tell you that right now. The heat index is 100 degrees with a westerly wind, which is kind of unusual, I have to say, to have a west wind. Usually the wind blows to the east, but just with the way the weather is, that's what's really shuffling everything up. I will tell you right now, there are some big pop-up showers happening up north near Lebanon, Ohio, near Dayton, Ohio, is where we're starting to see the radar start to shift a bit. So we unfortunately might end up in a bit of a Perdinka-wink. We'll have to wait and see how that plays along. Under 5 minutes left to go. You see the look over the shoulder there from Falcone towards Elwood. I got to wonder, does Falcone maybe not feel like the pace is there going through? But, you know, even if the pace is a tenth, a couple tenths off, can you defend, dip the head all the way down, leans back in the seat there for Scott Falcone, trying to get some runs here against Elwood, comes across the line. Fastest kart that time was Scott Falcone. So something worked right there.
Definitely found a good line there to build away. But still, Elwood is still keeping within relatively solid pace to close this up a touch. And the graphic designer looking to try and make sure there's a chance to battle it out like he has the entire weekend so far. Now, as the pop-ups appear here and there, we'll have to figure out what's going to happen for the drivers if it comes to that end. But for now, one thing's for certain. If you're the drivers of the Supermasters, the gap is growing because Montia and Scott right now has the advantage. Scott has it by 2 positions with the Nobles in between. A couple seconds cushion to hold on to that position as the Nobles work together in Matt and Carson.
This is where things start to really shape themselves up here in the run for the Nobles as they work their way to try to get up towards the top 3 this full run here. And you can see right now, Matt and Carson have some good pace. 109.7s last time through versus a 109.9 for Scott Monsian last time across the line. So I wouldn't be surprised if you see these two work together and try to close this in a little bit. I think it's going to be a case of just, do they run out of time, which would be unfortunate, to be honest. That would be very much not ideal for them to run out of time. But, you know, crazier things have happened throughout the go. Sometimes it is just a case of you can have the pace, but the gap opened up too wide too early. There's not a lot you can do. Renee Moeller as well, sitting here back behind the Nobles and may be able to make a challenge for 4th place.
There's that opportunity, but it depends on if the run comes into play. Them here. Keep an eye how this plays out here. All this is to say, I think right now the field's keeping itself into a solid pace, similar to that what we've seen interval-wise compared to earlier. With these tires, lead gap is not shrinking. Elwood keeping it within about 0.9 to 1 second. All while Scott Monson trying to hold back the Nobles now at this point. If They get close. Now Matt trying to hold back Carson still as they work their way through turn 4. Nothing doing.
Coming through 6-7 now. That 68 looking through. Here we go. Let's go side by side. And you see the communication very quickly between the Nobles of no, Matt, you get back in front here. Carson will hold on behind in 5th to try to defend against Renee Moeller. That is exactly what they need to do, is get an idea of where things are at and who needs to be the defender, who needs to be the one pushing. There's 60 seconds left plus 2 laps of action to go. And that is exactly the kind of communication that Matt and Carson need to do here in order to make sure they get the best finish possible here to the end of this race.
Especially with under a minute to go. And remember, once they come around next time by, it'll be not 1 to go, it'll be 2 laps to go. So an extra lap going to be for these finals today compared to the pre-final, but obviously shortened up in terms of the overall time we get by. That's going to count for an extra couple less laps in general overall. In other words, numbers are numbers. And right now, in the case of the Nobles, that VLR still looking back. You can see Matt trying to make sure Carson doesn't get a run.
Looking back here, trying to make sure the run doesn't show up. It hasn't at the moment. But what will happen here for the Nobles is they fight it out. Again, this is for 4th place. Trying to see who will be ahead of whom here, or 3rd place in 206 Masters if you want to look at it that way, because Scott Monsian is a Supermaster who's up there running 3rd. Coming up 2 to go as Falcone crosses the line. Alan Elwood that time through 4/10 faster than Scott Falcone, closing that gap down to 4/10 of a second. So Alan Elwood looking to make a charge here on Scott Falcone to finish up this Super Master final, and is right there getting near the back and has closed up significantly through the first half of this lap. A lap and a half to go.
Elwood's got to go, and he's going to have to do this within a couple laps to make them pass at this point. See where the 5 is closing right on up here for the opportunity. Will Elwood get the boost? This time through to the middle of the track. No send for Elwood yet. He's waiting for the right moment. Remember, Falcone's done it in the final corners on him. Let's see what happens this time.
Here we go. Elwood, big switch back to the inside here, going to 15 and 16. Didn't expect to see that through to the white flag. Went outside, then dove the car all the way to the inside. And now coming across the line, it will be Falcone barely leading Elwood here. White flag out, 1 lap to go into the first couple of corners. And Elwood runs very wide through turn 2 as Falcone parks it in the middle of the bus and says, nope, you got to get past me quicker than that. And that is going to open up that gap considerably between Falcone and Elwood.
That is huge, absolutely huge. He tried the set, coming to the white flag, catch him off guard. Instead, Falcone has the buffer and then some. He worked hard through the track to keep this distance high. Falcone ready to get the weekend sweep for the race wins for at least the Sunday.
And Falcone up the hill to go down the hill here, trying to have a great Sunday here of a redemption show here, coming through the final few corners. That block into turn was actually a very, very good, just park the bus and say, if you're going to get past me, you got to do it a different way. Unfortunately, wasn't able to, and for Scott Falcone, that's great news. Coming to the line, Scott Falcone going to pick up the win here in 206 Masters. Alan Elwood to pick up 2nd, and your Supermaster of Scott Monsian picking up 3rd on track. And there, Carson Noble does beat Matt Noble, with Renee Moeller coming across 6th. Monsian, Doty, and Larry Pike finishing out your 9 Master Supermasters here today. What a great way to kick off finals.
What a good race, I think, absolutely. We've seen Falcone play good defense with Elwood's late race charge to get back up there. But in the end, Elwood only able to get the 2nd, still going to be a good points day for the 5.
Absolutely. And as a reminder, ladies and gentlemen, we are ready racing. So as soon as the Masters, Supermasters are off and they say 206 juniors are good to go, they get to roll out and start their formation lap.
Gotta get quickly done, honestly, here, but we know that this next group of drivers, at the very minimum, we expect a lot of back and forth potential affairs here with the juniors, because the juniors in both classes have been that way today, not really just riding in single file packs. Let's find out what happens though here as they quickly turn to the racetrack in a moment.
And 206 juniors are rolling out now. As a reminder, this is the class that ran over the cone in the pre-finals. So I would like to hope that they don't repeat that, because I did like my cone being on track here. But some absolute first lap, last lap chaos was the best way I had to phrase it. And, well, we'll see how it plays out. Let's take a look at your starting lap here for the finals, out of the pre-finals and into the finals for 206 junior. And it is going to be William Richard leading over Ryder Thompson, Jacob Shibley in third, Gavin Dyer in fourth, both Shibley and Dyer picking up penalties. Elijah Matson-Vigas in fifth, Langley in sixth, Wolf, Cloaker, Bathen, Kieran Mays picking up a penalty there in 10th place. 5 seconds for avoidable contact for Gavin Dyer. Kieran Mays had 5 seconds for incident responsibility. And then it's Gunnar Bagoon, who did not start in the pre-final. Unfortunately, did register, but looks like has not made it out on track. Juniors already rolling around the final corners here. Let's see how they get going in the run here today for their 8-minute plus 2-lap pre-final here, Justin.
Let's see how this goes. All this is to say, Dyer is one of the drivers, again, you have to watch for with the late run speed from yesterday. Will that carry over into today? A few of these drivers trying to make sure they stay in sync for when we get rolling for the start. Here we go. We're ready to go. Through the tram lines, close to the tram line edge, they're off and away.
William Richard there really holding the edge of that tram line, able to get up and away here, and you already see Jacob Shaw up into the front and getting into second place, trying to challenge for the lead early. Look over the shoulder there from the 821, and that is going to shuffle things through. That outside line not getting a good start yet again. That's the name of the game. Who can figure out that outside line and really getting a run through for them? In third place there, it is the 904 of Thompson, who's now going to look to make a charge. And look at Matson-Vigas, Elijah Matson-Vigas up there into fourth place, already trying to put some pressure here on the top three.
Well, you kind of have to hope you can keep up with on the short run, at least the first couple laps. So you stay established in that respective pack here. We know Richard, we know Thompson, we know Scheibel. Going to be amongst those pretty much a part of the establishment, I think, today. But let's find out truly what they're going to do in this group. You already see some of the drivers like Langley, Kloecker, and a few of the others getting a little bit dicey back there. Some side-by-sides with Wolf also.
So back of the pack battling like they're battling for the lead. Absolutely gloves off going through Mays there. Kieran Mays really having some strong fights further back and going for the run, while your top 4 here. Top 5 have went into the single file sort of run where they are just really working with each other, drafting a bit here, trying to find a way to go and through. A look over the shoulder from Elijah Matson-Vigas and Gavin Dyer giving the quickest point forward I've ever seen. The clear indicator of, nope, don't worry about me. Look ahead here. I'm not going after. We've got dirt kicked up back on the back of the shot there at the top of the hill coming towards 12. Somebody ran off big time.
A lot of time lost, but we still keep going. That's the big thing. As we come up to 5 minutes to go this time through. All that's to say the leaders not willing to change spots here, but at least willing to stay lined together. Dyer is the back end of the train and got the fastest lap with the quad toe in front. So the 405 is doing it again, showing fast lap pace. The problem is Dyer needs to make the passes to actually get up there like he did before. It's going to take some work.
It's going to take some work, some effort. It's not impossible, though, I will say, especially with the pace that Gavin Dyer is showing. It's a case of play it smart, pick your points, and that is where you're going to see the best opportunities present themselves. If you just play a little bit of patience, you still have 5 minutes of racing to go, and that is going to be the key to remember. 5 minutes of racing plus 2 laps, as we have Ethan Langley with a 3-second penalty for pushing at the start. A warning to William Richard for the tram lines, and that for Ethan Langley is not what they want to see there, sitting in P6 currently. That's going to hurt big time. Leaders come across the line, 4.5 minutes to go. And right now, Ryder Thompson, your fastest card on track.
Yeah, bouncing back and forth with the fast times. Ryder Thompson. It's been another one of those who's raced in a couple different classes over the course of the weekend here. And for Ryder, just again, it's been in amongst the front here so far, has raced in a variety of different race tracks, especially out down in the south. Usually is the names popped up in his case this season, but right now, it's amongst those that has done pretty well here at MCC Cincinnati, trying to get some more time here in the Midwest, get some pace built up here and get more seat time. That seat time is definitely helping him riding along and keeping up in the 5-car train with less than half the race to go.
Under the 3.5 minute to go plus 2 laps is currently where we sit on time, and you see a little bit more frantic defending starting here up and down for the top 3 as we go through. I really thought there was going to be a little bit more settlement here into this race, but no, we already see some big time defending out of the top 3, as I feel like they're feeling pressure that maybe isn't actually being applied, but maybe they just know that they're under pressure. Maybe they're aware of the fact that Matson-Vigas and Gavin Dyer are right there and raring to get their way forward. So maybe that's the case of what's happening here for the top 3, because I keep seeing William Richard really like looking for lines, looking for moves, looking over the shoulder, and trying to really position that kart in a way that it can't be passed at all.
Absolutely. It's just seeming like the way things are shaping up, it's again one of those choo-choo trains where if you take the risk of making the pass, you lose the time, go backwards. Some pushing at the start penalties came in through for Langley, some avoidable contact for 5 seconds for Casey Bethune just came on through running the 9th position. A couple different penalties coming over the bulletins over the course of this race. Outside of that, everyone's pointing, let's go forward. We need to close these gaps back up after Dyer swaps for 4th.
Dyer up into 4th now, giving Matson-Vigas the clear signal of, hey, I got past you. Now help me get back up here to the top 3 so we can try to get past them, which is kind of funny considering that they were on the back top 3 until Dyer pulled out a line to go for that pass. So it's going to be interesting to see when that cork of the top 3 gets pulled, because at some point this top three are going to stop working together and they're going to start battling, and that's where things are going to come in. And I think the big name of the game here in 206 Junior, it's the same thing we saw in Pro-Am yesterday. It's who is going to survive having too many cooks in the kitchen and the grease fire that comes out of that, who will be able to walk away and pull the sprinkler, because top nose to tail right now, coming up to about, we'll see, it might be 4 to go actually, as there's about a minute 10 left on the clock when they cross the line, and it's a minute 7 lap time here.
Going to be an interesting spot for the clock again. Nothing changing up yet. Dyer still waits the 4th spot here. He's one of the drivers going to be watching for in terms of the aggression a little bit here. You see that right now. The pack split up. Hold on 1 second. What just happened here? As the pack's starting to splinter up. That fell apart all of a sudden there for the main group, as drivers have split apart as the other packs go.
There's Dyer, and then I think Matson Vigas also. It looks like maybe some contact between Dyer and Matson Vigas, dropping the order completely out of its rhythm heading into this 3 to go signal. And that is a big issue there out of turn 4. If that is the case, I would not be surprised if race control don't take a look at that one here, as we cross the line with 3 seconds on the clock. So we will get 3 to go here, including this lap as we head through. Gavin Dyer, by the way, last time across was your fastest kart on track. And unfortunately for Gavin Dyer, it's P8 with Elijah Matson-Vigas in 9th place now.
Lost a ton of time. Obviously something happening in the blink of an eye as the pack worked its way through that sector of the racetrack. They've fallen all the way down the order, and now it becomes the same 3 who fought for the race lead earlier. Richard, Shibley, and Thompson all grouped together. Who gets the edge this time? Right now, Richard seeming comfortable up at the point. He's not been pressurized for any passes this entire time. That could change here with 2 to go this time.
That it could here. Shibley, I would not be surprised if we don't see able to get some passes done. Gavin Dyer under review for incident responsibility. Some side-by-side contact here a bit further back. This is back P5 and 6 that we're having a moment there as we take a look. The 405 under investigation for incident responsibility, going to draw the guess that is Gavin Dyer and Elijah Matson-Vigas' reason for being so far down the order. Gavin Dyer already up into 6th, though, trying to make a recovery drive here to the end, running about 2 seconds a lap faster than Ethan Langley right now into the end of this race.
Yeah, obviously something big happening when it comes to them as that goes on. It's going to get interesting again up at the front. Will we see a send coming before the white flag or during the white flag lap? Just led them all. Thompson stays as the caboose. Drivers working together well, trying to hold on to the podium positions. The question is, what part of the podium do they want to stand on? The first, the second, or third step? Let's find out. White flag is out this time through. We're coming up to the final time around.
Final time around, and this is where, if you're going to make a move, this is the point where you have to make it because you're running out of time otherwise. Here we go. Defense to the inside for William Richard as Jacob Shibley tries to run a bit wider through 2 and 3. Now as we head towards 4, here we go. Thompson wants to look for a move. Shibley wants to look for a bit of a switch back here, and William Richard just trying to defend it where possible. Heading into 6-7, you see that Shibley has a clear indication of what Shibley wants to do. Into the S's now. Again, nose to tail. Shibley not giving any breathing room to William Richard, who's doing everything possible to find pace. Bounce in the seat, tuck your way down, do what you can, side by side at the top of the hill, heading down towards 12. William Richard will drop 1 place. William Richard will drop 2 places as Jacob Shibley's up to the top. Now Thompson has to try to go for, tries to set this up wide for a switch through 13 into 14. Not able to make that work, and let's see how it runs to the line. A little bit better of an exit there from Thompson, but for Jacob Shibley, it's a bounce in the seat. It's a tuck of the helmet. It's a run through. Here we go, side by side for the win, coming across the line, and it is going to be Jacob Shively will hold off Ryder Thompson by 0.03 of a second over William Richard as well. And here we go with the chaos behind. Gavin Dyer recovers into fourth. Edward Clocker, Elijah Matson-Vigas, Kieran Mays, Kason Bethune, Jensen Wolf, and Ethan Langley, your 10-206 junior, finishing this one up. What a run to the line.
What a finish is all you can really say to that end. With some close battling again. We were expecting that battle to heat up eventually. The race lead just ends up being with 3 instead of 5. In the end, Cowboy gets the job done. Thompson, Richard, Dyer. Then you have Cloaker amongst those in your top 5 unofficially.
We're going to take a step aside here. When we come back, it's more action from Batavia, Ohio. Don't go anywhere. We're ready racing for the finals, and we'll be back.
Macro Motorsports builds champions every day. Drivers who won on the world stage. The Tillotson T4 Series is pure spec racing. Same engine, same chassis. When you win, it's because you were the best that day. Your edge is not the kart. It's the setup, the strategy, and the race team. With our Arrive and Drive program, you simply bring your gear, we provide the equipment and the championship-winning support to every event. Stop wrenching, start racing. Your path to the T4 Nations Cup in Spain starts with us. For more information, contact us at macromotorsports.net.
Champions aren't just born on the kart track. At SimShop, we deliver professional-grade simulators with the best performance-to-price ratio in the industry. Founded by racers who understand what you need, our SimMagic and Moza equipment is powerful enough for the pros, yet affordable for everyone. With unmatched customer support and a thriving community, we're your racing partner. Visit simshop.com today.
When it comes to innovation on the track, Odenthal Racing Products leads the pack. From the highly popular EasyGP camera mounts to our tough case to GoPro case, racers everywhere trust ORP for strength, reliability, and precision. We're proud to be the #1 engine mount manufacturer in the USA. And with our new Easy Bumper Retainer System, you won't get caught out with a failed bumper bolt again. Odenthal Racing Products. Lead or get left behind.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, here as we are ready racing, and it's time for 206 Senior to take on their 8-minute plus 2-lap final here. And let's take a look at the starting lineup for your 206 Seniors here coming out of the pre-final as they get ready to roll. It is Carson Benjamin up to the front with Addison Iannello. She'll start second. Brayden Hebert in third, Max Francelli in fourth, Adler Klein, Sam Tutwiler, Tegan Schneider, Ryan Ray, William Speck, Luis Guguino, Mark Steele, and Chris Ulray. Your 12 carts to try to take this on. We already have someone off. Oh no, who is that off?
That is Klein. Klein is off the racetrack before we even get started. And are we going to get started? They're so close to the racetrack.
Take a look here. It looks like the officials are over trying to help get that cart fired up and going for Adler Klein. Points off at the field and a lot of, it looks like, miscommunication. They send them back around.
Yep, they'll try this again as they all get regrouped. There was a lot of people wanting to go around with that signal as they all rumbled their way around the racetrack. We'll see what happens from here as this field tries to resort itself.
As a reminder, in the pre-final, it was a 3-second penalty handed down to Sam Tutwiler and Tegan Schneider for pushing at the race start. That is why they are 6th and 7th. We'll see if they learn their lesson from the pre-final and if they do not do that again.
And it's got to be the hope, right, is that you avoid any troubles. At the very least, Adler Klein has now gone into a situation where he's gotten the cart fired up. Will catch up to the rest of the pack. So start is huge for the 33 as some of the drivers take the time to fist bump.
Those fist bumps going through. And that was a weird place for Adler Klein to be off, by the way. I don't know how Adler Klein ended up off on the front stretch like that for us to be around. I'm not sure where that came from, but luckily for Adler Klein, able to get back up into that third slot on the inside line. That is going to help here, and it looks like that is under review by our competition director, Seth Streidel, as well. Probably asking the same question I'm asking. How'd you end up on the inside of the front stretch there going along? Because that is not how that should have happened unless there was a moment heading into the S's at turn 8, which is more than likely what happened. Heading into the tram lines here, let's see. Do we get our 8 minutes to start? The answer is yes. We're green. We're racing.
Underway, and watch for Heber already trying to go offensively. A couple drivers going for send to the middle of the pack. But right now the leaders trying to square themselves away. Klein up and into the grass they go. A lot of dirt kicked up by Tutwiler.
Sam Tutwiler off into the grass there. That's an unusual moment for Sam Tutwiler. Will start dropping down the order pretty considerably on that exit of turn 3, heading through 4 now. Let's head into 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. We head through down into the hill. Bottom is turn 11. Then we go up the hill to go back down towards turn 12. Defense up in the front here from Braden Heber, trying to defend from Iannello behind. From Adler Klein behind as well. As a lot of shuffling here going through, heading side by side into 13 and 14 we go. The Steel Motorsports drivers trying to shuffle things along, trying to get back up to the front. They're willing to go for it early.
Definitely so. They want to try and control this one and make sure they establish the pace, especially with how chaotic this seems to be already looking in the junior classes today. That in mind, as we go around in the senior classes also, it's going to get interesting how some of them go. Klein is now in second.
Adler Klein with a very clean move there on Braden Heber to get up into second place, and is now going to be working to try to close that gap to Carson Benjamin, who has looked quick all day today. And it's going to be a matter of just getting up there to the back of Carson Benjamin. A warning given out to Max Francelli for avoidable contact from race director Seth Streidel. So I'm going to imagine whatever happened with Adler Klein involved Max Francelli, because they started 4th and 5th there with each. So we'll keep an eye on that one as it develops through. 2 minutes into this race right now, Benjamin, your race leader, is trying to pull a bit of a gap here. But when you have Adler Klein right behind, along with Heber, Iannello, Mark Steele, I mean, you're asking a lot right now out of Carson Benjamin to pull a gap.
Especially with the fact that all of those names mentioned have showed good speed here at this facility this year. Right now, Carson Benjamin is going to have to hold off a hornet's nest and a half for a while here in this 206 senior action. Keep in mind, he is someone that's done pretty well in his appearances this season in this series. Munso's with some top 9 speed and top 5 speed in Batavia Karts and Cup Karts North American. The Spring Nats got bounced around, but was one of the top drivers in the Winter Nationals when he was still in the junior categories. Now with some of his first starts as a senior, he's actually improved the performance with how well he's done in comparison to his junior starts earlier this year in multiple different series.
It's always great to see how drivers do with those senior starts versus junior starts and getting that jump up during the year into the higher class and how they take advantage of it and where it comes out, because it can truly make or break you if you are not careful. It can really make a big difference in your experience with driving and enjoyment of driving. So it's really good to get to see some of these drivers able to enjoy their time along. Watching here up in the front, just look at this nose to tail train all the way back. The top 9 just stuck together. At some point, this is going to explode. I think, Justin, I'm going to go back to your saying, how many cooks in the kitchen can we have in 206 senior?
Well, at this point, I think 3 is a safe number, but right now, Klein says, my card has 3s on it. Let's go to the race lead with that. And now it's Klein controlling things with INL, also jumping on through. I don't think that's the last pass, obviously. Here we'll see this pack resetting about third on back to regroup and pick up the tempo after Klein takes his first lead of the weekend.
And that is a very, very big indication there from Adler Klein. The Adler Klein is feeling good pace-wise right now and definitely thinks that there is more in that cart in order to be in the front here. And of course, you know, yesterday it was the Sam Tutwiler show. Right now, Sam Tutwiler is sitting in 4th, not really able to make a run here as Heber's trying to get past Sam Tutwiler and actually drop Sam Tutwiler further down the order. Braden Heber holding side by side there into the S's. Not able to capitalize, but definitely putting the pressure through. That's going to splinter the pack a little bit. Top 4 now get some breathing room. Dive to the inside. Let's shuffle this one up. Addison Ianello defending with a switchback. Addison Ianello holds the lead there for a brief moment. It was an attempt at a pass, didn't stick, and for Carson Benjamin, it's now a drop into 4th.
And all of a sudden, going from a chance to control the lead group to falling apart, things are spiraling. Heber wanting someone to help him out, not getting it at the back of the group, mind you. Already nearly to the near tail end. But it's Klein again, already up front with those changes that we've seen through 2. Already, I know, kick back down the order again. Klein trying to defend. Sen coming up from Steele. Steele earlier today went off track, remember, with kart issues. Is now up in 2nd.
Mark Steele, of course, involved heavily with Steele Motorsports and these stealth chassis. So no surprise here to see Mark Steele looking to steal the win here from Adler Klein. Looking inside, looking outside here. When the kart's fired up, it's fired up. And Mark Steele looking very, very strong here. Has some teammates in the order behind as well. Just needs them to come up to give a little bit of assistance. Any of the drivers you see with the white suit with the red band in the middle that has their name, that is your traditional way to tell Steele Motorsports. Then, of course, they run those black stealth chassis as well. Here we go, looking inside to outside. We're going 2 wide along. We're going shuffles along. Steele up to the lead here, stealing it through. Ianello trying to defend. Klein shuffling. Tutwiler in the mix as well. Let's just go ahead and call Yahtzee, I guess. Shuffle everyone up. Everything changes outside of the top 10.
Again, trying to duke it on out and change up the spots as they go. We'll find out what happens next because we're already down to 35 seconds on the clock. 2 of the top 3 are with Steele Motorsports. Let's see where they go with Tutwiler going back of the group to the front of it. No sense yet on Ianello. Waiting for the right chance to strike to join the team boss and find a way ahead in the midst of a long train with lots of different players.
Steele leading 3 seconds on the clock, so it is 3 laps to go here. Look at Heber trying to defend the inside line here as the battle shapes up. Unfortunately, I think Braden Heber may end up in a position where defense is more important than attack, and I think that will unfortunately hurt for Braden Heber. Trying to get moves ahead here will probably end up outside of the top 5 if that is the case. But look at the battles up in the front ahead here. The top 4 now going 2 by 2 through 6, 7. That is unusual to see as Steele Motorsports is 2, 3, 4, 5 as we work through side by side with Heber. Heber now breaking up the party, and this all breaks up the party because it's just absolute chaos up at the front. Defense all the way to the inside as we come down in turn 12, and look at this. No guarantee who will finish where. This could be a completely different order in 1 lap's time.
Especially coming up to 2 to go, right? Heber already going from the back to front again. Steele alongside Ianello. Side by side they go. Trying to squeeze to the inside of the racetrack a touch. Back and forth. Now it stops at 3 wide. INL will try to cover the inside off. Instead, it's Heber alongside. They go side by side for second again. Steele runs forward, all while everybody else tries to fight hard.
For Mark Steele, this is a case of just stay side by side behind me. Don't let me worry about you. You all keep battling it out and doing all the things. Braden Heber, do me a favor and just keep it too wide for a while up here. And let's not worry about anything. Oh, big off there from France Shelley running wide there. You see the hand go up, not happy and actually applauding, not happy at all about the contact as we continue side by side further back. Mark Steele, you are getting a gift right now coming through towards the white flag as there is tons of breathing room. You have your teammates behind trying to help block, trying to fight through for their best positions, and this is going to be interesting. Big point through for Sam Tutt, wants to try to move up to the front.
He's running out of time to do it. They need to go now. Do you see the signal? We need to go now. White flag is out. Final time around. Sam Tutwiler looking now to the outside for the top 3, not getting it over Iannello for now. She right now defends Tutwiler as they work their way inside now for second. The send doesn't get there. Snyder able to get the better run. Steele is running away with it late.
Running away with it very late here, but that is the best time to run away with it. So we go through 6-7, head down into the S's towards turn 11 now. And for Mark Steele, gap when they crossed the line last time was a second, and I'd say it's about stabilized here. Look over the shoulder, big fight for second place. Schneider, Iannello, Tutwiler, they're all going side by side. How many places can you lose from second? The answer is down to fifth, side by side again for the Steel Motorsports teammates as they work through. A little bit of contact between the Steel Motorsports teammates, and for Mark Steele, probably doesn't want to hear that, but also probably not concerned. Looks over the right shoulder, coming to the line. Mark Steele gonna win the 206 Senior Final, and it's a bunch of runs behind. Braden Heber frustrated back in 8th place.
What a finish, and that's going to
Not surprised to see it under review. France Shelley and William Speck were banging wheels for 9th place coming to the line, and then immediately as soon as they crossed the line, the hands went up, and they were kind of just like, okay, what now? So not surprised to see Seth Stridle taking a look at that one to see if anything needs to be called there. Coming up next, it's Cadets in just a And green light is on at the end of pit lane. We are rolling with our 206 cadets. And let's start about your talking lineup. Let's talk about your starting lineup. Austin Taylor and Chase Thixton, your top two. Camila Kanash with a aggressive drive out of the pre-final to get up into third place. We'll see if that third place starting spot there to the inside, row 2, can really benefit through the day. Wider in fourth, Harrison Bell fifth, Sam Hornish, Drew Schneider, Robbie No, Osiri Muhammad, Blake Martinez, Regan Hodges, Chase Call, and Kai Shipper, your 13 carts.
And all of them going to be hungry to try and score points. Keep in mind, as we go, Bell outscoring Snyder early on in this one. Huntsberger starting to chip away a little bit of the gap between 5th and 4th, potentially an option. But right now, it's going to be interesting what happens with already a driver on its side.
Oh, that is the 187. That is Robbie No, who has had some incident going through on the out. It looks like possibly clipping a curb, another cart. Not sure. We'll see how this affects things for the roll. I see flashing lights still going through. Let's see what happens with the 206 cadets. We did see the driver getting up, thankfully, which is a good sight to see. So I think we are okay. Robbie No is standing and okay. That is good to see there. But you did see the cart there not sitting the right way with 4 wheels down. So glad to see Robbie No up and okay. But unfortunately, that 187 already out of this race as we slow roll to the tram lines.
Get ready for what should be a fun one once again for the 206 cadets, our 4th final of the day. Who gets the edge? We're about to see. There's already drivers saying, let's go around again, and we'll do this again.
Send them around one time here just to help get everything sorted out. When you have some sort of crazy moment like that go on in the formation lap, it's no surprise that they will have them take an extra time around. And here's the fun with the 206 cadets. They're probably going to stay real nice and slow for this run around in order to make sure they're good. You can see everyone, again, checking on the driver there. Robbie No, though, up and going and okay. Take a look here as Robbie No is standing there. Track officials are there talking. And, again, good news to see there all the way through. Not sure how that incident happened, but, of course, number one thing, make sure all of the drivers are okay. That is the main priority, especially with these younger categories. We want to make sure everyone is safe and okay whenever there's any incident.
Definitely the key, and obviously you don't want to get hurt with these types of races or in any race in general. Crew members still checking on Robbie No back there, all while they rest the field. Slowly rolls on by here and gets themselves set for what will be an interesting race now. We've had a couple different start/restart situations, a couple false starts, if you will, here today come into play. Let's find out how this now goes here in this ready racing situation we're already in.
Coming down through, I love seeing how the 206 cadets are really holding them slow here. This is just great to see them going through. Again, we talked about yesterday, our only real false start was micro minis, and 206 cadet is the 206 side of the micro minis through and how they run. And again, you can see a polar difference though with 206 really keeping it slow, keeping it together and organized. And as they slow roll down into the tram lines again, let's see if they get the start here. They're getting, the clear signal to keep it slow. And think about it. We're looking for the blue cones. No need to rush this. Look over from Exton, taking an eye on where Taylor's at. And here we go. Green flag out. We're racing for 206 Cadet Finals. And already some side-by-side runs all the way through that outside line again, though. Not able to really get the best run. We shuffle it all along. Everybody gets into a single file. And we're good and through turn 4.
Off and rolling, they rumble and battle as Taylor tries to set himself ahead of the rest of the pack. Already, we've seen the boost that he's come away with, the speed, if you will, of 9/10 quicker by the span of about 8 minutes. Will that happen again? Taylor already making this mark a little bit more on the curb in a couple of these corners here and there, but it's working for that kart to build some buffer and try and break away from the long train behind.
And this 206 Cadet, they're going to stick nose to tail for a while. Watch Schneider, though, up into 5th here so far. That is a great position to find Drew Schneider in that number 1 car. Green, we'll see if Schneider can try to capitalize a bit up here and battle a bit more as we cross the line here. 1 lap down, taking a minute and 10 seconds to get that first lap done. It's Austin Taylor over Camila Kanash up in the front. Chase Dixon, Harrison Bell, Drew Schneider, your top 5. Huntsberger in 6th, with Sam Hornish in 7th here as these karts continue to battle their way along. Big defense there from Schneider on Huntsberger to defend in for that 5th place. Your top 4, it looks like, may try to break away. I don't see them really trying to fight each other yet. Kind of shocked, honest.
I'm not shocked because it's similar to that we've seen for the races here today, where drivers have just been content on getting the laps logged and then waiting for the right time to actually strike for the passes. Not want to rush the moments, not want to put themselves in a spot where they lose the main group and then they're into recovery mode from that point forward. So I think for now, this is expect to be the status quo, just biding your time as you try and turn more laps.
It's exactly what you need to do, is bide your time here along. But 206 Cadets, I'm always used to just seeing them gloves off, fighting early, and not necessarily thinking about the long-term run of things. But we see them thinking long-term run of things right now. Up in the front here, Kanash really putting some pressure on Austin Taylor. Austin Taylor, though, trying to go for a very strong weekend in this 206 Cadet category. Austin Taylor swept yesterday, and Austin Taylor has done a great job so far today. This might be the most pressure we've seen on Austin all weekend, though, to be with you about trying to hold on there into the front. Let's see what Camila Kanash can do here with Thixton really giving some help in 3rd.
He's trying to give assistance to the draft. Again, work this with the momentum that you need to maintain, like with this package, what we've seen here with these karts. 444, still 4/10 back on the distance of losing ground. Schneider starting to show improvement after what's been a rough weekend for Drew from start to finish. But Taylor starting to pull away a bit, while Thixton has set the fastest lap. Gaps are separating as the second group still sees Schneider try and find a way next to get to Bell and get alongside, see if there's a chance to maybe salvage and get a podium at least in one of the races.
It's going to be close here to watch and get an idea of how it can end here. There is some shuffling through Kanash, Thixton, and again, you see Schneider all over the back of Bell here, trying to go for P4 right now. Not able to get the pass done, but certainly was applying the pressure there on the go. Watching along and just trying to get an idea here in the Cadets of who is where when, as this is our 4th of the day of 9. And you can see right now this youngest category really using their racecraft, their knowledge to continue to apply that challenge that they need to do here up in the front and up in the mid-pack. Schneider all over the back of Bell here, looking for a pass out of 2. Not able to do so, but definitely right there in the mix. But watch out for Huntsberger, who's going to want to start going for something as well.
Yeah, we've seen that a little bit earlier on with some of the pass attempts made by the 133. Not happening yet in that Magic Kart to right now, that 133 looking to just search around for a place to actually do it, I think, more than anything else. See how much the one little peak previously cost momentum, and now is on the recovery needed already to pick back up at the draft, get right back up there, and again have an opportunity a next time about. So you got to be right on what line you take. You better stick yourself into the rubber pretty comfortably. You lose momentum. You just have the draft as the equalizer. You're not going to really gain much.
Yeah, the draft can be a really nice Band-Aid sometimes when you need it to be in challenges, but really you still have to find a way to apply pressure and work your way forward. He's currently trying to do that against Austin Taylor, as Kanash and Finn are doing a good job there of drafting and slipstreaming and trying to not let Austin Taylor get away. But Austin Taylor, with tons of pace still, even with no one ahead, was 0.3 faster last time through over Camila Kanash and Chase Thixton. Watching Bellschneider and Huntsbarger still too, 4th, 5th, and 6th, still haven't given each other any breathing room as they come over the hill right now. And your top 3 down into turn 12. This is really where I think most of the pace is being lost here for Kanash and Thixton. I think Austin Taylor just seems to have this 3rd sector of the track really, really dialed in.
It's pretty solid here at this part of the circuit. This time, don't know if there's too much of a game on interval with Austin Taylor setting personal best. No, is Kanash this time actually doing so. It's 10th quicker than the leader for Thixton. So absolutely it's there, but the problem is there's only so much you can do with that 3rd sector pull if you can't really find a way to get it shipped away. New 2nd place Kart. Thixton takes the pass on Kanash, seeing the opportunity, and now it's the true test. Can blue and red white machine make its way to Taylor?
Certainly going to give it a try here, but it's one thing to catch, it's another to pass. Continuing to apply all of that pressure up on the go and really try to find the way along here into the end of this race. Take a look here on the top 3. Less than 15 seconds to go as Taylor leads Kanash and Thixton by 0.3 of a second. Last time across the line, looks about like a 0.3 of a second gap has maintained here. Coming up to the line, do we get 3 to go? Do we get 2 to go? It does look like it's going to be 3 to go. They cross the line with 3 seconds left. So 3 to go is the call. And this is going to give an extra lap of passing opportunity, of challenge, of attempts to really make that work ahead just play itself into the advantage of Thixton and Kanash if they can try to catch up to Taylor.
Yeah, they got to find a way to get there quickly. And right now, the thing is, Taylor has not really fallen off. He is within a 10th of his personal best still. He is a lap consistency has gotten better and better as the tire temperatures have gone up on the kart. Starting off with the 108s to begin, then to the 107s, 9s, down to the 107.6s. It's equalized out to the 4s and 5s the past couple laps as Taylor reaches the ceiling on those pressures. A couple laps to go. Thixton needs to find something deep after setting personal best every single lap so far. Doesn't look like the eye test sees too much of a change. New fast lap by Thixton, but it's not a lot.
Not a lot at all, but anything can kind of give you a bit of confidence to try to help. It is genuinely just a case of, does it give you enough to really make that difference here? We'll find out as these karts work their way along up towards the final lap and a half. Taylor still looking smooth here. Thixton, Kanash still not looking like they're able to close that up here all the way through, as Camila Kanash is working to try to get back past Chase Thixton into turn 12. Only a lap and a half left to go.
It's been dominant today for Taylor, to say the least. The speed's been there. It's been difficult to beat him on long runs, if you call him that, with only about 8 minutes or so of racing. But today, that 124, keeping the pace together with the white flag waving. New fast lap for Austin Taylor yet again, pushing the kart again to make sure gets away from Thixton. Has no chance of a reel on in. Just has to go for another 3/4 of a lap to pick up the victory.
Let's take a look here and see if it's doable. Just needs 3/4 of a lap, as you said. Needs to be clean, needs to have no errors. Coming into the S's, 8, 9, 10, then down the hill through 11, then back up and down to 12. And looky there, just nailing that racing line up the hill. Little glimpse over the shoulder, and now already aiming for the apex of 12. A very quick look over the shoulder from Thixton to see if Kanosh was going to go for a move into 12. Kanosh does not. Austin Taylor, it was a clean sweep of the weekend yesterday. And for Austin Taylor, it's been a strong run today all the way through. You can call it the clean sweep of the weekend because it is the clean sweep of the weekend. Coming across the line, Austin Taylor is going to win the 206 Cadet Final. Thixton in second, Camila Kanosh in third. Behind, Bell, Schneider, and Huntsbarger drag race it out for fourth. And then Sam Hornish, Regan Hodges in your top 8 with Ashreed Muhammad and Chase Call. Your top 10 here, Kai Schipper and Blake Martinez, your 12 cadets that took on this 206 Cadet Final.
Taylor just dominated the weekend. There's no other way to put it in terms of speed, especially on Sunday. He was very untouchable on pace. Today, had the best cadet, Kart. What else can you say?
There is nothing else I can say, but you summed it up beautifully there, Justin. So from here, we take a look, and we're going to shift gears with Shifters. They are your next final here momentarily.
When it comes to innovation on the track, Odenthal Racing Products leads the pack. From the highly popular EasyGP camera mounts to our tough case to GoPro case, racers everywhere trust ORP for strength, reliability, and precision. We're proud to be the #1 engine mount manufacturer in the USA. And with our new Easy Bumper Retainer System, you won't get caught out with a failed bumper bolt again. Odenthal Racing Products. Lead or get left behind.
Karting isn't just speed. It's control, precision, freedom. At Atlanta Motorsport Park, Kart Freedom isn't just a team. It's where drivers are made.
Are you looking to take the next step in your racing journey? Well, look no further than PitFit.
With 2 locations in Charlotte, North Carolina and Indianapolis, Indiana, PitFit trains drivers all the way from grassroots level karting to IndyCar and NASCAR with top-of-the-line personalized coaching to improve physical and cognitive fitness.
For more information on programs, check out PitFit on Instagram or Facebook today.
Are you ready to get behind the wheel? From Formula One to NASCAR and IndyCar, all the pros start here. For more information, check us out online at mcckarting.com or call us and go racing today.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, here to Kart Chasers coverage of the MCC Pro-Am Karting Championship, the Pro-Am Speed'em Fest. It's the Sunday showdown here. Myself, Brad Dalton, joined by Justin Prince here in the booth, and, well, Shifters are out and about and ready to party. And, well, the name of the game for Shifters has been the race start. If you get a good jump and your name is Pappas, you find yourself somehow nailing it up to the front and being able to hold off Riley Pegram. Pre-final, absolutely most ridiculous start I've ever seen someone get from Mateo Pappas, I have to say.
Yeah, just got a perfect hole shot. Here's the challenge, though, of this one. First time really here this weekend. Pappas is going to have to start from the inside line for approaching turn one. Look where there's a little bit more grease here, if you will. Some rubber marks there from some of the tram line starts earlier. How is this going to work out for Pappas now for the inside? Let's find out.
All the karts getting into position here, and you can already see Larry Pegram there in third with a little bit of an angle in towards the middle. And we're racing, and you can see where that takes advantage, but great defense from Mateo Pappas there on Riley Pegram to go through. Beautiful move there for Mateo Pappas to hold that lead, but Riley Pegram definitely staying right on the back here. Mateo, that is exactly what needs to happen here early on if they want to have the chance to challenge to get up to the front.
Exactly, you have that boost here, or really that pace is the way to put it, on the short run to set up for win. See Pegram be better on the medium run once we get to about 3-4 minutes in. So you better find a way to keep up with this 19, keep them within the arm's reach, not make any mistakes. Right now, Pegram charging these corners.
That big corner charge here, making a great move here. Look at the gap coming across the line. Gap through is a 10th of a... Riley Pegram looking to put some challenge to the inside here. 8 minutes plus 2 laps. The only difference from pre-final to final is 1 extra lap of racing to change everything. Right now, Riley Pegram putting all of the racecraft possible right to the inside, keeping the challenge through. Unfortunately, we have already lost the junior shifter of Drake Williamson there on the inside of turn 4. So that is not ideal to see. Top 3 holding no tail. At the moment, Larry Pegram sticking right to the back here of Riley as well. May look to follow Riley along if there is a challenge to Mateo Pappas.
They've got to get closer here. Pegram's got to be thinking here. We talked about Riley Pegram in terms of the speed. Usually one of the regulars here at this facility. Pegram been busy when it comes to IMSA competition, has picked some Driver of the Day awards up this season as well. Looking to do well, to say the very least. As said on social media, Riley said it herself, feeling patriotic to try and get things done here this weekend and riding off pretty well, with no further action, by the way, for your start.
Good to see that the start cleared through as it goes along. I'm glad to see that cleared out. No big challenge or no big causes there as we take a look here at Mateo Pappas still defending off Riley Pegram as much as possible, because this is going to be an absolutely hard-fought moment along for Mateo Pappas. I think this will be probably the biggest challenge that Mateo has had the whole time, to be honest.
Yeah, this is to where it's similar to that we've seen for one of the races yesterday, where Pegram fought hard with Pappas for much of the way, and once Pappas lost the advantage up front, it became very difficult to pass back to 77. I think Pappas might be thinking that at the back of the mind here, knowing traffic or being in the traffic going to be a bit more of a challenge if he does give this up. Right now doing solidly here through 13, 14 onward. Still has not made a mistake here today.
No mistakes made right now, I will say. Still plenty of time. And what was it that took Mateo Pappas out of the win yesterday? Well, it was a small error that changed everything. So for Pappas, it's a matter of just being very solid. Riley Pegram, though, you can tell the pace has really been dialed into that Barella as Riley is still closing the gap. That accordion effect, very strong, watching the gap open and close here between the 19 and the 77. It's closed up, probably the closest we've seen it down into turn 11. Now up the hill, back down towards 12. Still, though, keeping each other honest here and definitely making sure that if any errors happen, you're going to pay for it through as these shifter karts work through. And we're still seeing some of the fastest laps that we've seen. 53.895 from Mateo Pappas last time. This time across 53.776. Riley Pegram, though, staying right there to the back.
Keeping the pressure high. We'll say at the very least, by the way, for those curious, keep an eye on intervals, gap between those in the junior shift. Still about 4 to 5 seconds. Robert Lash looking to come on top step with that. Last time by, ran 2 seconds quicker, in fact, than the 8 machine. So that gap's holding, it looks like, and starting to grow a little bit more if you follow on the interval as time ticks away. Pappas, though, last time set a purple lap time by only 14 one-thousandths of a second. Riley Pegram starting to almost look like she's going the wrong direction here. Needs to find a way to keep up, and because of that, look, that boost, Pappas got much better out of 14-16.
Not what Riley needs. You got to wonder if the kart was set up maybe to try to get the early charge on Pappas, try to get that pass very quickly early on, and then work from there for defense, maybe looking for advantageous pace early. And unfortunately, it looks like Riley Pegram not able to get that pass up early. 2 minutes left to go, plus 2 laps of action. Gap sitting a little bit wider than it has. Again, that wrong direction run right now showing itself. But Riley, a very quick driver in anything that she gets behind, and I wouldn't be surprised if this isn't just like a mid-race lull before Riley goes back on the offensive here, maybe letting the tires reset, maybe just physically trying to reset as we come across the line here. Gap is open to a second. I want to say that that's honestly got to be more of like a tire save than anything for Riley if the gap's open that much.
I don't know if it is tire save. I think it's just the Pappas long run pace starting to come into play that we've seen a bit yesterday. About this point of the run, the gap really started to intensify. Laurie Pegram's dropped back near 5 seconds. Robbie's put up a great fight, and obviously busy with the IMSA schedule. Robbie's been also, mind you, but here she's been also busy with the Mid-Ohio School, teaching that since 2025, trying to help out drivers that side. Robbie's been everywhere and trying to develop not just drivers moving up, but develop her own team, as you said. They're reaching lap traffic, though. We'll see if traffic comes to play. That's Langley.
I definitely do think traffic will start to play itself along as Ethan Langley goes a lap down now. Again, Drake Williamson, unfortunately, the kart that you see there on the side that we lost early on, right there on the exit of turn number 4. So not a good day for Drake Williamson. Hopefully we'll come back out for the next round and be able to have a bit of recovery go from there. By the way, next round, if you're curious about when you can catch more of the MCC Pro-Am Karting Challenge, it is going to be in August 14th through 16th. It's the Hawaii 5-0 Luau. Saturday night luau here, round 7 and 8. It's Saturday and Sunday again. And then we come back in September for just a Saturday race, October 2nd for a Saturday race. And then, of course, Kartaween rounds out our season here, October 23rd and 25th. So once we are done today, we don't come back for another 6 weeks. It kind of makes me sad, I'm not going to lie, because I love the Pro-Am Karting Championship, of course, and really looking forward to seeing how this season shapes up. I can't believe I'm saying this, we're halfway through the year.
Yeah, this year's flown by, I think, for everybody, hasn't it? To say the very least. Start off the year all the way back in January with some of the racing action, mainly in the Florida area here in Kart Chaser. Get already to KC Summer. It's been a blink of an eye. It kind of is wild to say because this entire year has flown by quickly. I think a lot of drivers will say, just like how this race has flown by.
Yeah, I cannot believe it's final lap of the race here. A look over the shoulder there from Pappas. It's 1.7 seconds back. I don't think you have anything too much to worry about right now for Mateo Pappas, working past some lap traffic here. That is going to be Robert Lash we work by, and yes, Jeff Carroll as well that we're going to lap through. So Pappas in 8 minutes plus 2 laps, able to lap everyone on the track except for the Begrams. That is a great show here as we come along into the final corners for Mateo Pappas. If Mateo can get up front and stay up front, it's been a great show. And here on the Sunday, it's been the Sunday sweep of the Speed'em Fest. Coming up to the line, and for Mateo Pappas, it is going to be the win here, and gets the fist bump, gets the win in shifter.
Gets himself top step of the podium today. Raleigh Pegram put together a solid fight to keep the pressure high. But Pappas does secure top step here and builds himself another victory for his karting career.
Over halfway done with the finals. Coming up next, we go into the KA category, kicking it off with KA 100 Master, Super Master here momentarily. We're ready racing from MCC. And here we go. Kart's fired up and rolling on track. And this is going to be where the Masters and Super Masters get their way out on track. Who can take on the Kutchers across 8 minutes plus 2 laps? Well, we're going to find out here. Brent Estes has been doing so good at putting the challenge in, but you got to be able to defend against. Chris does seem faster than Andy, though, so there's kind of a multifaceted sort of situation that they find themselves in here. And let's talk about that starting lineup here for our drivers as they get rolling here in the Master Super Master run. Up on top, it is Andy Kutcher with Chris Kutcher in second, Brant Estes in third, Scott Falcone, Gerard Tracy. Paul Meese did have a post-race penalty for an issue at the start. Damian Jennings and Corey Curry, your 8 karts, taking on this Master Super Master Final. And they will line themselves up here, getting to the go. You see the fist bumps there between Chris and Andy, or the thumbs up as they get ready to roll. Very slow here towards the tram lines. And then 8 minutes plus 2 laps for your finals.
Again, should be an interesting one for these competitors with the Kutchers. We'll see how far they're able to try and run away here. And what's been a dominant effort for them. All set to start. Green, green, green.
And here we go, and Andy already with a good run there. Brant Estes working that inside line. Chris already looking over, trying to clear in, and Chris able to clear himself into second there. Brant Estes unfortunately not able to get the move there into third as Falcone holds fourth right now and will look to make some moves. So as they started is how they are coming out of turn 4 right now, heading down into 6-7.
Yep, all of this is to say as they all rumble their way through. It's going to be interesting where a couple of the others shake up by the end of the day. But for now, it's going to be Estes trying to hold off Falcone amongst that top 4 yet again.
Doing just that right now. And up front, Andy holding off Chris coming to the line. First lap complete here after the go. 7 minutes left to go plus 2 laps. Everyone looks over the left, heading down the front stretch here, and it was a quick look from Paul Meese there on Damian Jennings. Not able to get the pass done, but had a look to see if it could be done. And these Masters and Super Masters showing some strong pace through the weekend, showing strong racecraft through the weekend as they battle themselves through up and down this track. Again, it's always going to be the Kutchers are the ones to beat 90% of the time when we come to MCC. That's been the case today, but again, I have to say it. This is the first time I think I've seen Estes Falcone really putting some pressure in as Gerard Tracy in 5th is looking to chase down Falcone in 4th, who is not that far off of Estes either, and the Kutchers haven't ran away yet. It's all still to play for.
It definitely is, but we already know the long run pace usually comes into play for those red machines as soon as we get to an 8-minute race, usually about the 4 or 3 minute to go mark is where they really start to pull off and away. And they're not afraid to swap draft to establish that dominance here in this race. So if you're someone like Estes, you got to find something, anything. And the problem is, going to do so much at this point setup-wise, but the way things are shaping up here for this 235, at the least, looking comfortable for a podium, but it is still early with Falcone right in the mix too.
Going up the hill to go back down. Andy glimpsing over the shoulder there. Chris all over the rear bumper of Andy heading into 12. This is the first time that, again, I think I've seen Andy kind of look not as secure in the seat. We saw in the pre-final Chris go for a move on Andy and then wasn't able to capitalize. That changed things significantly, and Chris never went for another move through the pre-final. Here in the final, I don't think that's how that's going to play out. I think we are going to see some morches through from Chris to get past Andy, a little bit more of the pressure being applied, because Chris has seemed faster all weekend, both on paper and just watching the way Chris has handled the kart. It's been really, really exciting to watch all the way through, but it's one thing to catch, it's another to pass. My favorite saying that I always use, and right now we are going to see if that plays true here, if it's the thing to pass for Chris against Andy.
Yeah, and I think Chris just kind of setting things up at this point. Right now, he knows he's got the ability to keep up with Andy. We've seen this happen before, though, where Chris has gotten a pass, then Andy gets the pass back, this puts on the afterburners, pulls away. But we'll find out if that's different today. We've seen mechanical issues come into play here and there that have really shaken things up. Right now, that top 3 separated by 1.8 seconds on your racetrack. Scott Falcone has fallen back by 2 seconds to Estes. So the podium spot seems secure. All of this is well. Paul Meese is comfortable in their class lead.
Seeing that run through on the class lead and just watching how this plays out. We're over halfway done with this final already. 3 minutes plus 2 laps left to go. And again, Chris just sitting right in the back, sitting in the wings, not really looking for a move here, putting pressure down. Andy, though, able to really handle the pressure, not making any mistakes, not having any moments, and just working along. It's very, very impressive, I have to say. Coming across the line here, again, Chris not looking for the move, and I would imagine that this is a bit of that wiseness in this age group. Again, remember, your masters are 30 and older, your super masters are ages 50 and older, so they are smart enough to know that you don't need to go for the move with 2.5 minutes left to go if you know that you can get the move done closer to the end of the race and leave less time for you to get attacked on the switchback or have the pass back come. If you can get the move done closer to the end, you might as well just do that.
Exactly here, you may as well. And right now, this field is continuously plotting and planning when it's time to strike. Once again, the Kutchers staying in command, but I will say with the course of this entire weekend here at this point, you have to wonder, quite simply, what's going to happen with one of the other classes. Well, Supermasters, we can tell you this, is already secure for Mace because Damian Jennings has just had an issue and is multiple laps down. Only one kart remaining in that class, unfortunate for Damian, but that secures the front of the field for the 297.
And that's great news there for the TKG affiliated Paul Meese, because that helps out in point standings and figuring out where you land out in that championship for the Go. That's a very, very good position to find yourself in here in for that KA Super Master category. Already up on the top of the standings against Damian Jennings, and that's just going to help stretch that points total out. Right now, 100 points up coming into this weekend with the drop weekend, and should extend that out a bit more for Paul Meese over Damian Jennings. Chris Kutcher, Andy Kutcher side by side on track with 60 seconds left to go. Chris finally said, you know what? We're going for it. We're getting the battle along.
Here we go, starting to square away, coming up to a couple laps to go. When does Andy try and do it? That's the question. You don't want to start a discussion over bent parts with your family member. Right now, Chris and Andy doing well in the back and forth so far. Let's see what happens again. Right now, things looking steady with the 296 and 279 still paving the way up front. Andy up at the point, rolling their way, coming to 2 laps to go.
Coming across the line with 2 laps to go. Chris definitely giving Andy a bit of pressure there last time across. Look over the shoulder. This might be the most that Andy has looked uncomfortable all weekend here, sitting in the front as Chris Kutcher looking to get this pass done, get this move along on their red speed karts. And here we go down into turn number 4. Chris all over the back bumper of Andy, just needs to get that pass secured, which is the harder part of the whole challenge here. As we head into the S's, it is still going to be just right there through. The S's not really where you want to pass. We see our younger categories do it. I'd be very shocked if we ever saw Masters and Super Masters do it. This is where I would expect one of our 2 passing opportunities for Master, Super Master, right there into 11 through into 12. Chris looked like wanted to take a look at it, wasn't able to, and well, coming up to the white flag, 1 to go. I'd say into turn 2 is probably the next time we'll see a pass.
Think so as well. Let's see what happens this time by. 1 lap to go. Andy and Chris trying to show their favorite show and its conclusion for this weekend. Right now, Andy looking back, not playing defense, is comfortable to drive the normal line, knows that Chris will wait for the right moment to strike, if at all.
And this is going to be the case where it's a little bit of a gamble that's being played of when is Chris going to go? How is Andy going to defend? Andy driving very hard here. Down the hill through 11, now up the hill, down into 12. Chris has a run to the outside of Andy, going side by side. Andy holds the inside line to 12. It's a switch back through, but Andy holds the line tight and defends into 12, into 13. That left rear wheel hopping off of Andy's kart, and into 14, the right rear hopping through. Andy, look over the shoulder, drag race to the line. Andy versus Chris, and on this occasion, it is going to come out with Andy on top. Andy wins the Master Supermaster final here with Chris in second. Brant Estes not able to capitalize, goes into third. Falcone fourth, and then it is Gerard Tracy, Paul Meese with Corey Curry and Damian Jennings finishing out our grid here for the Master Supermaster final.
Went about well as expected here with the Kutchers pulling away. This is able to pull away the gap that they did by 4 seconds for the podium spot. Don't know if it was the case here. Curry, last finisher on the racetrack, crossing the line. Meese, the Supermasters win. Went all basically to plan here for our 4th last final of the day.
3 more finals to finish up the weekend here. Next one coming up is the mini micros. And well, we saw the craziness that they had here. We're ready racing in MCC. As soon as they roll, we'll be back. And karts rolling on track here. Your minis and micros getting on track. Their pre-final, well, you want to talk about a crazy pre-final. Mini micro pre-final definitely was the one here, I would say, of some of our craziest moments of the weekend so far. Let's take a look here as they get rolling and talk about your starting lineup for our young drivers here. Austin Taylor will be up at the front with Braxton Shiflett in second. Jack Katowski with a penalty in third place. Sam Hornisham fourth. Silas Johnson, Jackson Reinholz, Franco Schiavo in seventh. And then it's Lanny Schiavo eighth. It's Camila Kanash ninth. Min Lewis in 10th. Kai Schipper, TJ Akers, Reagan Hodges, Chase Thixton, Colin Miller. It's Madeline Payne, your only micro, starting in P16. Aiden Go in 17th, and Liam Compatello in 8th. For Aiden Go, down in 17th, such an unusual place to be. We'll see if Aiden Go can go, and recover.
That's a huge question here right now. Taking a look at what happened in terms of that regard. Outside of the Katowski penalty, that see him push back to third. There wasn't anything else with the penalty markers, so we'll find out how they're going to fare out once we get the green flag here in a few moments. This should be an interesting one again.
Coming in the tram lines here, rolling nice and slow, and green flag's out. We're racing, and it's already hard to fence from that outside line, trying to get through, and the outside line with the great race start here, and it's somehow going to be Austin Taylor to the lead.
Taylor already with one win today. Why not try and get another one if you can? But as you can see, the gap's already growing up in front of Taylor with drivers trying to build up a way like Shiflett. They all rumble their way single file amongst the top 6 to 8 positions. As right now, the train looking a little bit feisty as they look to battle.
And these mini micros, they love to race very quickly. Here we go. Down the inside. That's Jack Katowski going for a move up for second here. Able to get that done and able to very quickly get secured into second place to start challenging for the front. Everybody here through this mini category, they're trying to shuffle things up in the front. There's a little bit of breathing room around, some glimpses over the shoulders, but Jack Katowski in second place here, already looking to challenge after Braxton Shiflett, who is the car up front with Austin Taylor in third here for now. Johnson and then Franco Schiavo in fifth, and we'll see how that mid-pack shuffles up and if they shuffle up at all.
It's going to be a curious act here for a couple of the drivers, I think, absolutely, as they all rumble their way through. Go already to 7th spot, for example. Hornish in the 9th spot. Compatello is already up to the 4th position on the recovery drive for them. Already seeing signals with Katowski on the close up of the front. Teammates going to work together. A bit of dust kicked up in the back meanwhile, as one of the drivers going wide, everybody else staying on the pavement as the Schiavos get to work on the battles in two different parts.
Here we go, along with under 6 minutes to go. Look at the battle back, 4th place through. Johnson, Schiavo, Go, Kanosh. How did Aiden Go already make it up to 5th place, by the way? Up 12 places from P17. That's a massive drive forward so far from Aiden Go, living up to the last name here. Camila Kanosh following along as well. Those two battled it out big time in 206 and looking to do the same thing here in the mini Swifts along through the middle part of the lap here, and just looking to really, really challenge forward. Up front, Shiflett already lost the gap to Katowski. Katowski all over the back of Braxton Shiflett heading into turn 12. Will there be a pass? The answer is yes, and it is indeed. Jack Katowski to the lead over Braxton Shiflett.
We can try and build up speed yet again. We've already seen over the course of the weekend how well Jack Katowski can drive in this class. Remember, when talking about the conversation, he had been amongst those towards the front of it at one point, picked up a penalty for 3 seconds in yesterday's final. Today, looking to have a vengeance on that and have some help by Shiflett on away and keep the gap. 4 minutes to go.
Aiden Go, fastest kart on track of anyone, ran a 103.3 versus Jack Katowski's 103.5 last time through. Warning issued, 111, Sam Hornish, tramline violation. Thankfully for Sam Hornish, that is just a warning there in 8th place and may get fortunate to not have to worry about it more here. Up front, Katowski still leading Shiflett. We'll see if that continues to be true here as looking further back, Go and Kanosh closing the gap quickly to Austin Taylor, Shiflett, and Katowski. You can see the top 5 already compressed into basically a gap of nothing.
Kind of what happens usually when it comes to the KA Motors or the IMEs, I should say, here in the United States. You'll see a lot of times that momentum builds up once you're within about a second or so. We're seeing exactly that with Taylor on the back end of the run. We're seeing that with Go having some assistance here. Do that to get the back end of Taylor's latch draft. So all of this will see everyone compress back together and get a little bit aggressive yet again as they work their way into the final laps. This is normal from what we've seen. Now the big question is, now that those group of 3 is about there to join the group of 2, when do they start getting dicey with it once they get to the back end of Shiflett?
This is the thing. Once you get to the back end here, that's where things get kind of exciting here. Big shuffle through for Taylor as Aiden Go is able to get past Austin Taylor now and get up into 3rd, but now has the challenge of getting up to the top 2. You're able to get past there, but now you all need to work together and get up to the top 2. 2.5 minutes plus 2 laps to go. And for Jack Katowski and Braxton Shiflett, they're not worried about anything behind because they are just working on building the gap and keeping momentum alive here. doing a very, very strong job of it, I have to say, as that gap there to third is pretty well consistent at about half a second going into 6, 7, and now heading towards the S's 8, 9, 10, and then, of course, the bottom of the hill being turn 11 here. And again, that top two, they just look solid. They look solid on pace. Aiden Go, though, that last lap was able to find so much pace around this 0.95 mile circuit, and it looks like here again, closing that gap a bit more.
Able to chip it away again and again as the 92. Nearly went off the racetrack with the left side tires for a moment, but for now, with 1:40 to play with, we're thinking based on the mark, probably 4 laps to go, give or take here for this race. I think Shiflett is content until the final few moments to battle of the drivers with red and green helmets today. But Go is flying. Fastest lap last time of the weekend, 1:02.9 is almost there. Knock, knock. It's time for the Paralyn to join on in.
Well, let's see if the Paralyn believes it can fly as we head into turn 11 here to go up the hill and back down for what should be a 3 to go signal next time across the line into 12. Aiden Go right there to the back as Katowski and Shiflett hold through. Shiflett trying to defend through, but Aiden Go making the send to the inside. Shiflett now drops to third. Thought about a switchback, didn't have enough momentum to close it in. The 198 now knocking on the lead with 3 laps to go here. Katowski up for some of the craziest defending possible heading into turn 2.
Let's find out where Go wants to go. Coming up to 2 laps to go. This time doesn't go for the send up through 4. Likes to stay on the rear end of Katowski. These two have battled a fair bit at the national scene over the past couple years. They're ready to do another battle. The question will be, which way does this one land? Which way does this one go? No further action for the race start earlier, by the way. There was a warning initially for Shiflett given out in the past few moments, but the race leaders, Katowski and Go, doing battle coming to 2 laps to go.
And watching that battle along, here we go. Go making the move into 13 and 14 up to the front as we hit the 2 laps to go. Aiden Go pulling off a last to first challenge. That is impressive. Now has to hold it through 2 laps to go here, because that would be an amazing send. Down the inside, we see the move sent through from Jack Katowski. Jack Katowski gets the move done on Aiden Go, and you can see everyone excited about it. This is now just absolutely a cage match to the end here as Jack Katowski ahead of Aiden Go. Aiden Go wanting a last to first challenge. Jack Katowski saying, but I've been up here running the whole time. And then Braxton Shiflett saying, hey, don't forget about me. I led for a bit. Let me back up near the front. And look who's joined in now. Camila Kanash and Austin Taylor. 5 karts, a lap and a half to go.
What can I say? Some people like to party. Let's find out who wants to party here today in amongst this fight as they all rumble their way through. This should get pretty interesting for the final time around coming up. Go is the one up in the front. Katowski looking for the run. Cuts inside, he hits the curb. Hits over the curbs, our second hit of the cone today. And Go is up in front. But what's going to happen here with Shiflett and company already unleashed?
We'll see if that's reviewed and what's said with that, because everything blowing up here to the end. Last lap, 3/4 of a lap to go out of turn number 4. Aiden Go wanting to defending hard to the inside, looking for more moves along into out here as you have Taylor, Kanash, and Shiflett all up in the mix here right now. It is Camila Kanash who followed Aiden Go up the field, who is sitting in second. Look over the shoulder, defend to the inside, try to make the inside run to the outside as we go 2 by 2 along into 12. Coming into 13 here, Shiflett, Go, Kanash, Taylor, all trying to play things out. The Paralyn kart up in the front. Coming out of 14, it's a drag race to 15 and 16. Aiden Go with a last to first challenge for the history books. Don't call it done yet. Drag race to the line. And Aiden Go will unofficially pick up the win. Camila Kanosh in second. Braxton Shiflett, Austin Taylor, your top 4 unofficially.
Well, that could get interesting with that battle going on up the front straightaway. The cone getting absolutely decimated in that situation. At the very least, Jack Kotowski finished down in 11th. But, I mean, that was wild yet again with another close drag race.
Hey, drivers, we have 2 more finals. Can we leave the cones alone, please? I love that cone a bit. That cone's taken a bit of abuse here today, you have to say, on the run. As we take a look, again, your official results. I can't believe Jack Kotowski in that final lap dropped all the way to P11. 2 more finals left to go. Next up, it's KA100 Junior. We're ready racing here in MCC. As soon as they roll, well, we'll get it going. And if you don't remember how the pre-final happened, well, for KA Junior, it was kind of a bit wild, you have to say. Berghofer, Gleiberman, and Kutcher up in the front. Fought hard.
That's what they did, and at this point, I think we're going to see similar to that again. Pretty obvious that they're not afraid to eat that cone and launch into the grass. We've seen 2 of them today. Now the fun part's going to be, quite simply, are the juniors going to be as feisty as they were in the pre-final and a little bit yesterday?
Easy answer, yes.
I mean, possibly is the answer, I guess you could say. It depends on how much they want to battle and how much they want to risk penalties, if you will.
Is that an umbrella that says "send it" that I see right now? Because I'm a big fan of that. Oh, thank you for turning that over to where I can see it even better.
Yeah, it's been there all weekend. I was about to say, I'm surprised you didn't see it. It's been there the entire weekend for that team, every single race.
I don't have a solid answer as to why I haven't seen that, so I'm just going to say, yeah, no, I haven't seen it until now. So with that being said, let's lock this one in here. Let's talk about this KA100 Junior starting lineup. They have been a fun one to watch here through our penultimate run here of the day. Callum Berghofer, Alex Kutcher, Ben Gleiberman, your top 3 with Kai Park, Robert Lash, Lila Beck, Vance Edgar, Elijah Matson-Vigas, Caleb Tracy, Blake Martinez, your 10 KA Juniors to take on 8 minutes plus 2 laps as they get formed up here.
Berghofer's going to be difficult to beat, I think, today, but Kutcher is also looking pretty sporty on the speed here this weekend. Park is now in a position to finally be able to pounce and maybe be in position to attack. A lot of different things to watch for. This should get interesting.
Coming down into the tram line as everyone slows it up here, and you can see being very deliberate in their run along here. Kutcher looking directly at Berghofer, needs to try to get a jump on that outside line. It's been so hard to do all weekend, but we are going to see if it's possible. Green flag is out. We're racing. Already a cut all the way to the right from Berghofer to defend against Kutcher, as Gleiberman will try to work that inside to get second. Looks like does do that, and I believe that is Robert Lash as well, who is starting to make some moves up as Alex Kutcher under a lot of pressure. Big move into turn 4, trying to defend for third, side by side, 2 wide, make it 3 wide behind, and somehow we all come out of it unscathed.
A little bit of a interesting beginning to this one, but Berghofer yet again holding serve. Park amongst those on the charge. Let's find out, though, how things really stand as they make their way through. Gleiberman up the hill and down the hillside. First battles intensifying for some of the drivers down there. Kutcher all the way outside of the top 5 to begin for his kart settled after not the nicest start in his blue suit here in this one. First lap complete.
First lap done. Everyone shuffles through. This is where we start to see how the drivers really manage their pace along this run here of 8 minutes plus 2 laps, 6 minutes 45 left to go. And you can already tell up in the front, a little bit of struggling there from Alex Kutcher, not closing the gap to Gleiberman and Berghofer at all right now. I'm wondering if Berghofer and Gleiberman are going to start battling at all, or if they will just hold their run. I would not be surprised if we don't see Gleiberman go for the pass here fairly soon, if Ben Gleiberman feels like there is more pace in that kart than Berghofer's Lando Norris kart is allowing to come out of the kart and onto the track here. Taking a look back further down the order, mid-pack battles really developing themselves here in KA Junior.
Getting right back to the same game plan, if you will, in terms of the flow of this race, as they all work their way past 6 minutes to go. Edgar has made some inroads. We haven't talked about Vance Edgar here this weekend. In fact, having a solid performance in the 8:14 to get himself already up 2 on the charge. Has appeared in some NKC racing down a while back. Has also appeared at Trackhouse on the stat sheets. It's good appearance to come out and say, I'm here to compete, look to see some speed, be able to come out from where I am and try and say, I want to have some fun at a different racetrack here this weekend, here for my weekend.
It's always good to get to see drivers travel out and about and go to different tracks and different events and really experience things, because you can get good at your home track, but just because you're good at your home track does not mean you are good at racing, because there's so much that goes into learning a circuit, learning how to race, learning all of the what-if scenarios, learning what to do if your engine does this, if your tire does this. Those are things that are sometimes taught in the moment and not necessarily learned on the just sort of secondhand side. So top 5 continuing to battle their way along, continuing to keep that pressure going, and you can see up in the front, Callum Berghofer, Ben Gleiberman really holding themselves into a 1-2 position right now.
All this is to say, I think right now, Berghofer's long-run pace starting to settle on in. Look at some of the drivers, though, trying to make some moves. That was a bit of an aggressive one. Had to make sure, avoid contact. That was near a squeeze. The Lashing Company amongst those trying to find a way to go, and they need to make sure they don't destroy the karts when they do go.
Yeah, that's the more important part. The second part of that, don't destroy your kart going for a move, because that just ruins everything that you've worked towards. Up front, Berghofer still leading Gleiberman with Alex Kutcher here in the mix as well, as everything is absolutely shaken up here in the top 5. And we continue to watch these karts just, again, keep each other honest, try to find some pace, try to find some sort of a run here as we take a look down the hill to go up the hill into turn 11 down towards 12, where it is still anyone's guess how the top 5 finish.
I think right now Berghofer's in a comfortable spot, but the others are not so much in a comfortable position right now, with Edgar trying to find a way to charge. Here's the leaders for comparison. Berghofer right now managing the gap is the thing. Only a 10th picked up last time by, only, but it's under 3/10. It's still a decent spot for the 826. Kutcher's been able to recover back a lot of the momentum and a lot of time from before. Edgar is in a situation where they're trying to push, though, and getting a lot of sends. How about park deep to the inside near contact?
What an absolute send along, because that was a big move. We're not done either. More to the inside here from Vance Edgar, trying to make some moves along here and work forward in the pack. Does just that. Able to definitely continue to show some pace, and let's keep the battle going. We're not done yet. Side by side into turn number 12 we go, and wide there from Edgar, losing 1, 2, 3 places.
Oh, a little bit of a squeeze back there with Edgar, though. And it looks like it's because the cart broke down. All of a sudden, one of the competitors upset and not happy as troubles have hit. That sees Edgar fall down the order, and that is Matson Vigas, who falls down too.
Heartbreak for Elijah Matson Vigas out of this KA100 Junior Final with 1:40 plus 2 laps to go. So only about 3 more minutes of racing. You have to say 3 to 4 minutes. And that is so heartbreaking when you find yourself in that position, because you've done everything that you can do in order to move forward and try to capitalize and recover the weekend through. And then unfortunately, it just ends like that. That is heartbreaking. And you see Matson Vigas there off to the side, standing away. The cart there will need to be cleaned off track. You got to feel for Elijah Matson Vigas here, our first DNF of the KA Junior Final. Checking it up front right now, it's still Berghofer and Gleiberman, a quarter of a second separating them as they battle their way along into the final 3 laps.
Time running of the urgency. If you are Gleiberman to find a way to get up there, if you want to try and win this race here this weekend, it's been the type of race so far where, quite simply, your points leader has been just having a solid points day, I think, at the very least. Right now, that 8:53 just needs to ride and bide its time. Still outscore Homer Heeman should say, who missed today's race. Robert Lash would outscore him by a decent chunk of points. Alex Kutcher would still outpoint him by a couple points. A few different opportunities is what I'm trying to say. The gate 53, just keep on scoring the points needed as clock reaching zeros at that time of the board, but now it does say 3 to go this time on scoring. Hold on.
And 3 to go on scoring. That's what we'll go with here, I believe, as we see these drivers continue to battle each other. Things getting absolutely crazy in terms of timing, scoring, where the carts fall on track versus the timing and how it plays out. So let's see. Down into 11, up the hill, back down towards 12. Your front 2 here separated by about a quarter of a second or closer, sticking together nose to tail through 13, 14 into 15 and 16 down the front stretch as the time will go off and expire, and this will be a 2 to go signal this time by. Up into 1 and 2 you have again just Berghofer and Gleiberman, who continue to keep each other honest.
Just hunting each other down, hunting each other like prey, if you will. Once again, with a lap and a half to go, Gleiberman don't know if it's getting enough of a run to actually get there. That's the problem. Matching line to line, he's getting the draft effect. Yes, down some of the straights, but during in the corners, Berghofer is just countering that with himself going a little bit deeper in, making the time stick, not losing too much on exit. That difference in line and difference in grip level is helping at 8:26 defend as the clouds roar in.
And as we, again, are fighting against rain here with our penultimate final of the day, coming up to the white flag, 1 lap to go this time by. And we see, again, Berghofer, Gleiberman. Gleiberman faster than Berghofer last time, but it is one thing to catch. It's another to pass here, heading through the first sector of the track. You got, again, the blue helmet of Berghofer, the orange helmet of Gleiberman with a great pass through and a bit of a switchback coming through. If it can land, it doesn't. And never mind, we go for the switchback through 6, 7. And now we head into the S's side by side. Berghofer, Gleiberman to go down the hill and back up.
Will there be an opportunity again to go back at it? Gleiberman has been waiting for a while for that chance. Now Berghofer needs a big boost. Gleiberman's pulling away. The 853 gets the distance, keeps the gap. 2 kart lanes up in front with the final couple of corners.
Beautiful pass there from the 853 for Gleiberman right on the final lap when it all counts is going to come across the line, and Gleiberman will win the KA100 Junior Final. Callum Berghofer in second, Alex Kutcher third. From there, Lash will come across fourth with Park and Beck fifth and sixth. Vance Edgar, P7, Caleb Tracy, Blake Martinez, and unfortunately Elijah Matson-Vigas, your only DNF of the KA Juniors. That is 8 finals down, 1 final left to go. Coming up next, it's the namesake of the championship here in the Pro-Am Karting Championship. It's KA Pro-Am to finish out our weekend here.
You know, I'm really starting to like this go-karting thing.
Yeah, me too. Oh my gosh, can I show you this cute dress I just got?
Yes, of course. Oh my goodness, it's so cute.
I just love shopping.
I love shopping too.
Oh my god.
Wait, did you guys say you like shopping?
Of course.
Well, dude, I have the perfect place to do that at. ShopPayCara.com. At ShopPayCara.com, you can get free shipping on orders $200 or more. You can get anything you want, like MXC rims, gloves, rib vests, shoes, anything that you need, all at ShopPayCara.com.
Who is he talking to?
No idea.
But we're gonna have to check it out. Sounds like a great deal.
Sure does.
Cat food marketing. $9.99 a month.
Dude, Caleb, wake up. Dude, we're live in 5 minutes. Let's go. Come on. What are you doing?
Dude, I'm so sorry. Xander had me in a cat food marketing meeting till like 2 a.m. last night.
Come on, man.
Do you have anything I can drink?
Dude, I got the perfect thing for you. Perico, it's a healthy energy drink alternative.
Perico, non-GMO, gluten-free, kosher, magnesium, B12, B6,
Yeah, it's good.
B5, biotin, and 0 sugar? Pericazo! Try Perico, made with natural ingredients, organic caffeine, and supports your metabolism. Try the new official energy drink of Kart Chaser.
Ladies and gentlemen, it all comes down to this. 8 finals down, 1 final to go. It's time for KA100 Pro-Am for 8 minutes plus 2 laps of action here live on Kart Chaser. It's myself, Brad Dalton, joined by Justin Prince. And Justin, well, the pre-final for KA100 Pro-Am was absolutely wild in ways that I couldn't predict. Michael Maker ended up DQ'd from the pre-final for loss of component. Kyle Foe picked up a penalty. Josiah Phillips, Isabella Simpson picking up penalties here. But up front, Mateo Rubio Luengo, a 3.4 second lead over Sam Tutwiler with Nico Katowski in third. Those are massive gaps that we don't usually hear of against some big names in the front. Does it repeat itself for the final?
Well, it depends. Do you want to see calamity like that happened yesterday where it was calm, very much so avoiding incidents just about the entire day? Then we got to the final race yesterday and everyone was saying, essentially with the body language we were seeing, okay, let's go and send it everywhere. With 3 karts in the barrier in turn 11, karts upside down just about up in turn 12, 13, 14. Really, it depends. How aggressive do you want to be, and how much do you want to explain to your team boss how you have damage to the kart?
Well, I feel like it kind of doesn't matter what you want. I feel like we're going to have some calamity. We're going to have some chaos. We're going to have some carnage, and we're going to have some interesting conversations that will happen post-race where drivers have to explain to the team boss why there's damage to the kart. I feel like that's just one of those, that's what's going to happen as our Pro-Ams come rolling down into turn 12, 13, 14, and they will form up into the double file once they get down into the go here, getting slowed way down, getting up and together. It's 8 minutes plus 2 laps to finish out the Speed'em Fest here on the weekend. It's been so great to have everyone along with us here and have everything through. First time out, it was a false start for our Pro-Ams. This time through, it definitely looks like they're a lot better organized coming up to the line here. 8 minutes to decide everything. And as they slow roll, you got to think, how does it happen up front? Rubio Luengo, Sam Tutwiler, Nico Katowski, Alexander Savage, your top 4. Does it stay that way? They go slow. They come along. And it's green flag. We're racing here for the go. And let's see what sort of chaos can happen here into the first couple of corners. Rubio Luengo along, and let's see here. False start called.
Well, we had some stack ups at the back of the field, I believe. So we'll try this again. I think some of the drivers still might not realize it yet. Now they'll get a single file, as we'll attempt this one more time for this weekend.
Second verse, same as the first. Get everyone up the hill and down, and then get them all squeezed in. You see the track official there giving them the signal to slow it down and woe it up here and get back into their order as they will work to get things going. The conditions, by the way, have changed quite a bit here, you have to say, throughout the day. Pop-ups all over the place around us here in Cincinnati. One massive pop-up in downtown Cincinnati, by the way, if you're looking at the weather radar. So good thing that we got this set up and going, because that pop-up in downtown and over CVG looks kind of ugly, and honestly, it is heading our way. So going to be looking to get this one set up pretty quick and along here, as it is only about 20 miles away from us.
Well, that's to say, back to racing we go, and it looks like this time we were able to get ourselves going. Off and away we flow. Race review already for the start, but already 2 in the barriers. Some of the TKGs involved.
Well, that's an awkward conversation when you and your teammate end up in a barrier. Side by side for the lead up front. That's another TKG going up to the front here against the Lando Norris karts along. It is not going to be Mateo Rubio Luengo holding on to the lead here as we go down into 11, up the hill, back down towards 12. Who has managed to shuffle themselves to the front? I believe it's none other than Nico Katowski.
Katowski trying to follow the same path of his family member earlier, being content for the lead from the get-go, but has squeezed off amongst some of those nearly off racetrack in the heart of the pack. But as they all rumble through, so far so good for Katowski, Rubio Luengo, and Tutwiler amongst that top 3. Still some of these drivers swarming each other, as 20 so far have taken the timing loop.
Crazy to see how things have shuffled up for everyone up and down the field as they try to sort themselves out through 4. Nico Katowski, Rubio Luengo, Sam Tutwiler, your top 3, with Alexander Savage in 4th place there, just behind in the number 983. The Burrell Art Kart trying to close through. And then 5th place back, well, they're all nose to tail as well. Colshorn, Kuhn, Thompson, Gardner, Steele, Bashoon, all in the mix, trying to battle their way along and really work things out to figure out who can go where, how, but your top three holding along because everyone 5th place back. They're going 2x2 through 13 and 14. Not how they should want to do it, but what they do anyways because, well, they like to battle here in Pro-Am, so they do just that. It shuffles up tons of positions. Carter Thompson up into 5th place now.
Yeah, all of this is to say, with all this right now, you're talking already +4s for Brandon Heber. You're talking about majority of the drivers up towards the front, at least taking some sort of shuffling in your pack. This is the one field it seems that things can happen, and we have somebody breaking down, it looks like. Hand was raised for a moment, and still hand raised for Webster, getting rear-ended. Phillips and a couple drivers in face of action.
Webster just trying to get out of the way there to stay away from everything and not able to very much into the mix of things here and in a bit of trouble. Fortunate to see Webster breaking down there. That's another driver that will lose out of this race. Not what we want to see at all. Multiple drivers, unfortunately, out through as we hit under 5 minutes to go, and things kind of getting a bit crazy here for the moment for everyone as they work their way along.
Yeah, and so far nothing changing up for the race lead. It's been more so the craziness building up in that main conga line that stretches technically back to about 11th or so. But drivers like Savage are trying to push new fast lap times. Drivers like Thompson, Kuhn, and some of the others there. The fastest lap times are still up at the head of the field, as you would expect, though. Here's the head of that train. Kuhn working his way ahead of it, and there are plenty of Barellards that are trying to find their way through. Heber's doing a good job picking up spot after spot, now up 6, looking to do more.
Yeah, Heber doing a good job of working up the field here slowly but surely and trying to find a way all the way up and going through the field here, still finding some pace, momentum, and positions here on what you would have to argue is recovery. Somebody off on turn 2. That's one of the Barellards. That's the 983. That is Alexander Savage, who spun there into turn 2 out of 1. You got to imagine that was due to contact because I don't know how else you spin on the exit of 1. That a big moment there. That knocks out one of our top 4. All of a sudden, there were 3 in the front.
And now we find out who's willing to go next for a move. Rubio Luengo stays on behind. It's Tutwiler staying latched on a bit in the draft also. Now you have to keep in mind also, Carter Thompson, if they start battling up here, is going to be right in the conversation. Meatball flag. 978 again. That is Heber, a second mechanical flag, and a passing alert yellow for Phillips.
Couldn't get any worse for Braden Heber if he tried, honestly. You have to feel for that number 8 as... I mean, this is going to be a weekend to ride off and come back home about. Big battle up at the front, though. Look at that going through. Big dive along from Rubio Luengo on Katowski to get back up to the lead here. 2.5 minutes left to go in 100 Pro-Am. And right now, Rubio Luengo looking to get back up in the front here as Sam Tutwiler is in third, tucked in just behind. But Rubio Luengo with a beautiful move there on Katowski.
Nicely done with 2 minutes to go, though. Might not be the last one. They don't really lose too much time to Thompson on the chase. Let's see how this goes now with Katowski as the pusher, though. This time through. 6/10 up over Tutwiler. Katowski all over the back end. Not getting the momentum yet to send it, although Rubio Luengo is trying to make sure to stay normal on the line. By the way, the rain just missing the race, it looks like, because it just started pouring in downtown Cincinnati. If this racetrack was surrounded by skyscrapers instead of trees, we'd be rained on.
Yeah, taking a look, too, in Afton it is raining, in Olive Branch it is raining, and just south of Batavia it is raining. We are somehow kind of fortunate where we're at, so the timing couldn't be much better, you have to say, for things here. That rain will be arriving pretty soon, though, after the conclusion of our events. taking a look here at probably about, we'll call it like 30-ish minutes, I would say it'll be here, if not a little bit longer. Somehow timing this out beautifully, and it's giving us the best battles up in the front right now. Katowski still trying to chase down Rubio Luengo as Braden Heber now black flag for ignoring officials and will be disqualified from this session.
That would be what we were referring to with the mechanical flag that popped up on the boards. So that means he is done, and that is another big hit for a driver that is one of your top 206 competitors here in this series, but has had to battle, to say the very least, when it comes to the KA 100 Pro-Am. By the way, Will Steele, your points leader coming into this race, still running in the 8th position as we go, about 6 seconds or so behind your leader. Adver Klein did not run this. Max Klein, running 11th, was third in points. Right now, Will Steele looking very good with his almost 300-point advantage as we go, with the clock at 3 laps to go.
And you got to think in terms of the points, that's exactly what you want to see, is a massive points advantage that sets things up. That's just exactly what you need here into the late half of this season. So halfway up the season, half of the season to go. It's exactly where you want to find yourself, honestly. Rubio Luengo, where Mateo Rubio Luengo wants to be as well, here leading Nico Katowski. Sam Tutwiler has lost touch with the top two, so it is going to be a mono battle up here with the Brandon Harsacrack Racing Lando Norris kart, the 996 of Mateo Rubio Luengo, who will be battling it out here against Nico Katowski for the run on the win as we come across the line. 2 to go. Katowski looking to get a battle through. Inside to outside, goes way to the outside. And Mateo, beautiful defense, I have to say, parking the bus, holding back Nico Katowski.
Able to hold him back for now, but have to do it for another lap and a half. That's allowed Tutwiler right on in. If they start white lining around the racetrack, that's going to allow drivers like Thompson definitely in. Maybe Kuhn, maybe Gardner. Right now, the side-by-side, though, for second. Katowski able to shed off the pressure. That's lost some ground, and now Rubio Luengo's got some distance. Will that get reeled in, though, quickly? Yes, indeed. Katowski nearly there. Missed the corner, though, for a moment.
Just a big accordion effect happening here. Watch out for Carter Thompson to close in 4th here as we run down. Katowski with a great run here heading towards the line. It's going to be white flag, 1 lap to go. Katowski way wide there into 1 to go outside all the way to the inside. Watch for Tutwiler to go for a sin, and that sends Rubio Luengo to 3rd. Tutwiler almost into the back of Rubio Luengo to go through. Katowski now in the lead. These two going to battle it out, and it's going to be a shuffle along here as Rubio Luengo is going to go to challenge back in. Here we go out of 5 into 6, 7, and right now, the lead up front is Tutwiler. Does it stay that way?
That's the question for now, because Tutwiler's got to hold out for now in the pack. Where are we going to go? Inside, says Tutwiler. Hugs the white line. Goes back to the middle. All of this as well. Drivers at the back of the group trying diamond. Nothing going yet. It's looking good for Tutwiler, but we will have a drag race 3 wide. Tutwiler off the racetrack. Katowski gets through. It's Nico Katowski who gets himself to the point. Checkered flag. Race with a teammate at the end. Does he still win it? Yes, he does by 12 1,000ths.
The words are taken from me. What a run to the line for Katowski, Thompson, Rubio Luengo, and Sam Tutwiler. If you had asked me halfway through this race, Rubio Luengo had this thing on lock. Race finish is under review here from Seth Stridle. No surprise to see that there, because that was a wild ending there. You saw Sam Tutwiler get off of the track out of 14. Mason Kuhn in 5th, Isaac Gardner in 6th, Cole Shorn, Will Steele, Jordan Klein, and Max Klein, your top 10. Wow.
a stunner. What else can you say to that? It was a stunner tonight. And now, what else can you say? A great 4th of July weekend here, Brad. This finishing on-track action and activity here at MCC Cincinnati.
That was absolutely amazing. MCC showing up and delivering yet again. The Pro-Am Karting Championship never fails to deliver. The Speed'em Fest. Well, we had some speed, we had some celebrations and festivals, and we had some excitement. I'm so sad the fact that this weekend is over. The good news is we get to come back and do this again here in about 6 weeks for the 5-0 Luau. Luau coming in the middle of August. So be sure to watch for the opening for registration for that. Be sure to check out details for that. And you know what, Justin? It's been a good weekend of racing. It's been enjoyable. Any final thoughts before we send this one off into the sunset?
Definitely some enjoyable action, to say the least, with a lot of intensity on Saturday especially. Sunday was, I guess, a little bit more tamer for a lot of the action. But overall, drivers came here with a goal. Spend their 4th of July doing what they love, racing. They did that here this weekend.
That they did here. And now everyone on track, you're in a rush to beat the rain. The storms are at Cincinnati, and they're popping up to the east and coming your way here in Batavia. So pack up and get going home. Everyone who's joined us live here on Kart Chaser, all of our Kart Chaser Premium members, thank you for joining us. We greatly appreciate you all. And a big shout out to everyone here on track who has made this possible. But we're going to send this one off into the sunset on behalf of Justin and everyone here at Kart Chaser. My name is Brad. We've taken you start to finish. Be sure to join us next time where we'll take you start to finish yet again. Good night.
This broadcast is the sole property of Kart Chaser Group, LLC. Any rebroadcast, reproduction, or other use of the images, audio, or accounts of this event, in whole or in part, without the express written consent of Kart Chaser Group, LLC is strictly prohibited. Thanks for watching.